Welcome, welcome, Logan. UFO Twitter Week Friday night. Experiencer space. Let's do this. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, I just retweeted it. Um, Hopefully it's going out. Um, but um, I found that website that I just showed you because Missile Man said some stuff um, about like somebody saying I don't know that getting to Mars wasn't that hard or something. I don't know. It was just like maybe you don't understand.
You're right, because it's so big. Yeah, looking at the scale of that was, yeah, interesting.
It's got some sliders on the side, so if you just like want to be like, oh, I only care about Saturn or whatever, you can like click on it. But yeah,
Right, right. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna let a couple of people trickle in. I know that there's a couple of other spaces going on. I know Matthew Pines is going on. I'm not quite sure if Rich is still doing his space. I would think so. Um, all good, all good. I kind of figured, it's part of the experiencer journey. It's all good. It's gonna be fun. I'm sure, the later it goes, more people will join. But it'll be a good night. It's barely 10 p.m. Central Time where I'm at. I think you have the same clock as well,
Hey
Logan.
there, Spidey.
Hey, what's up, Arden? How's it going?
Can you hear me or no?
I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, Logan, you can hear me. Spidey, can you hear me or do I need to
I don't.
recycle?
You might need to tell her that she can't hear me, Logan.
yeah, maybe you can't
Alright,
hear
everybody can
him.
hear
He
me
is
but
talking though.
Spidey.
I can
Okay,
hear
I'm gonna
you.
recycle. Let him know. I'll be back.
Sounds good. Yeah, how's it going, Matt? Thanks for coming out, man. Appreciate it. We're just gonna kind of kick it here for a bit until, I guess it opens up a little. But yeah, how you doing, man? How's it going?
Well, I'm enjoying my Friday night, my first day of a 2 week vacation. And, I'm having a good night. How about yourself?
I just started mine. It's yeah, man, it's a good thing we didn't kind of get in the middle of that storm, right? I really hope a lot of those people are doing okay out there because, obviously there's already been a couple of you know, yeah, deaths around that. So hopefully that I don't know if it's still going or not. Have any of you guys heard any updates on that?
Well, they're still in a space like I think Hollywood space going in 15 minutes. This what's cool about this UFO Twitter week? It's like a non-localized contact in the desert. People bring their own drink or whatever, and they jump around just like when there's a plethora of spaces to jump into. Everybody just dude, I was in a space last night with Dad Smith, like it had 15 people, right? It was so legit. I mean, there's so much going on. If it's not your space, just jump to another network, and so many channels to just jump around to and meet new people. I met the Red Suede Wally Don. Like I met him last night out of a synchronicity, and we started talking about Parsifal and King Arthur's Knights and the Grail Legends. It was so cool.
Yeah,
Hell
Red's
yeah.
the Red's cool, man. If we chatted it up for a bit last night, a couple of other times, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we were kind of digging into some cool plasmoid discussions. I felt bad that Holiday Jesus had to fall asleep last night. I hope that conversation carried on though for everybody. It was interesting.
Paul, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I heard you before. I don't think you could hear me. All good
No, I
though?
didn't. I had to recycle.
All right, sounds good.
I hear you.
How is your night so far?
Not too bad. Actually, I've got to step out for a minute. My dog is looking at me like, please take me out so I can pee. Yeah, so I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. What are we what are we thinking about UFO Twitter week though so far? What any particular spaces you guys have enjoyed the most, not enjoyed?
I'll just say that I think UFO Twitter Week is like an open portal. Like last night in my, you know, I guess it call it shamanistic journey. Um, but there were some things that I noted about like when we have these UFO Twitter weeks, like there's so many people that get into the mix and network and have conversations that when you elevate the conversation, there's so many mix and matches of information that it helps drive the you know the next um, s- wave between the two nodes of UFO Twitter week.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I got the sweeter end of a deal that I just like popped into a room randomly and they were talking about remote viewing and I don't remember her name, but some lady's experience throughout her basically her entire life. She's had almost constant contact with um, either UFOs or entities or remote viewing. It's always kind of been a part of her life. She even got accused of her dad one time when she was a little girl of getting into her mom's makeup because the on the previous day, like they saw a UFO, and because they got relatively close to it, I guess they got some kind of like radiation burn on them or whatever. Their faces were red, basically, is what I'm saying. And I'm just like, when I heard that, it kind of took me back, and I was like, whoa! Like, so when you were a little kid and you had like no idea what was going on, you guys got close enough to, basically get a suntan from one of these things. That's nuts.
Dude,
So
I'm like where I'm from, like you know who Colby Landrum is? You know what the Cash Landrum experience, or you know what Betty Cash and Vicky Landrum and Colby Landrum experienced in my hometown? Like we're talking about bringing your own UFO sighting. Well, I have my own, but this one was close to me, right? Well, Betty Cash and Vicky Landrum got exposure and they went to the hospital and they sued the government because their UFO experience had physiological effects and it was documented. Like this is real. Like it's one of those. It's my top UFO case to crack. Right, is Cash Landrum. I think that's more um, part of me or close to my heart than the other ones because it's my hometown. It happened when I was 6 months old. And so these people had physiological effects. You're talking about reddening of the face or, sunburns in a sense. But Betty Cash and Vicky Landrum had, evidence of radiation exposure. And that's beyond sunburn. You mean sunburns caused by UV rays or whatever, non-ionizing radiation and shit. But when your hair is falling out, that's a physiological effect of being close to a unidentified source of energy. And you know, somebody just I went in front of the Public Interest Declassification Board to petition the government to release the Cash Landrum knowledge. And it'll never be it'll like Rick Doty told me that information will stay classified. So there's no hope. Colby Landrum said the reason I do Colby Landrum's like on my Facebook and shit. He's close. I mean, he's a good old boy from EMC, but from Dayton. But they made his family look like country bumpkins. And so he was on UFO Hunters one time. There's a reason why he's not doing a podcast circuit, right? He's still around, but he's seen through the bullshit of ufology. And so he won't go on podcast.
Interesting. I have no idea who you're talking about, to be honest, Matt. But
You don't know what the Cash Landrum incident is? Arden, do you know what the Cash Landrum incident is? Does anybody know what the Cash Landrum incident is?
well, before we talk about historical cases, so kind of to get to the point of the space, or we can go back to that here. But if anybody, I just want to, before we go back to that, if anybody
Want to
wants
hear
to come
about
up,
you want to hear
hold
about
up.
my Black Triangle experience? I mean,
Yeah, definitely. But let me just extend again what I was going to say. If anybody wants to tell their UFO story, of course, after Matt, feel free to come up on the mic, post some pics if you don't want to come up, or comment on the purple pill, whatever makes you feel comfortable. But yeah, if anybody's ever had high strangeness, UFO or NHI experience, yeah, come up or make a comment or a post. So go ahead, Matt.
so since we've had the historical UFO stuff from Porter, Texas, Porter, New Caney area, I'll tell you, like the Cash Landrum incident was one thing, but what changed me, what keeps me in this UFO Twitter of chaos is whenever those black triangles hovered over my house, going wom 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 wom. Planes don't like. I live right near Bush Intercontinental Airport. You look up Porter, Kingwood, New Caney. It's that region, right, northeast of George Bush Intercontinental Airport. Well, so I see planes all the time, and I come home, right? So there's nothing I notice out of the ordinary. I come home from my buddy's house, and my stepmom comes out in the front yard, Dee Dee, and she's like, Matt, there's these black triangles. They go, whoom, whoom, whoom. I'm like, bullshit. I mean, I'm like, on the edge of 17, coming of age, about to be valedictorian in my class. And I had my computer in my room on my second story. I go up my circular staircase to my roof, or what do you call it? Your attic converted bedroom. And, I get my academic decathlon materials out to study. And I turn on my computer, it's booting up, the old your Windows 95 probably. Um, 486. But so I'm like, "Mm, my stepmom's fucking with me. I don't believe shit." All of a sudden, in my room, there's a vibration, an acoustic phonon like pulse, like wom, 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 wom. Like, dude, it rattled my windows or whatever. So you know, there's that physical effect on your house. And I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck, man? And if there's something's like earthquake or some shaking, you don't want to be on a second story. So you want to get out of your, confined space, your home. And I went outside, and me and my dad are out there. He was drunk. I wasn't. I was 17, about to be valedictorian. And all of a sudden, you just start seeing these black triangles. Well, there were a few, but then more came out of the clouds. It was like they descended or materialized out of the clouds. And they started doing these weird formations. I say it's like a bee dance. You know how bees will orient themselves? But these things were hovering, like lift, like there's but the pulse energy was wom 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 wom.
Matt, how many would you say that were there that you saw?
Oh, well, it was between 5 and 10. But
Jesus.
someone else reported floating rocks in my vicinity to New Fork, and they were on 59. You know where 59
Did
is.
they have lights, or was it just all black?
These were
Or
phantoms. No, there were no lights. And that whenever I'm
well,
talking to Colin Kelleher at Rice University at the Archives of the Impossible, and I'm talking about my Black Triangle experiences, because he wrote the Black Triangle stuff for NIDS, for Bob Bigelow, Colin Kelleher. So I'm talking to him about it, and I said, there's no lights. It's not like the TR3B shit you see in the Belgium Triangle, where you see the 3 points of light. There were no plasma thrusters. These things were phantom light, right? But there was dude, there was like, say there was 4, and then it like more came out. It was a cloudy night, so whatever the cloud cover was, the elevation during that experience. I have no idea. Somebody could probably look at meteorologic archival data and see the ceiling, but you have the lights from street lights and house lights, backscattering from the clouds. So it was a cloud. It was probably 8 o'clock at night, and so it was dark, but there were clouds. But these things came out of the clouds, and they did their weird formations. They moved like on an axis, like Jeremy Corbell. Like whenever I saw Jeremy Corbell's videos, I'm like, dude, on the USS Russell shit, what do they call it now? It's like Bokeh. Well, no, these weren't Bokeh, dude. It wasn't a stealth blimp, because I told Dr. Keller, I'm like, blimps don't pulse. There's blimps gonna hover and do his thing and move, but they're not gonna go wom, 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 wom. And I'm asking Dr. Colin Kelleher about this experience, and he's like, "There's no lights." So there's no lights, and there was the other question he asked me was, what other frequencies do you think they were emitting? I was like, I have no clue, but I know whatever frequency caused my house to vibrate. This transference of photons to some phonon shit through like the medium of my house. And so yeah, and then I
was
asked
that
Rick
the
Dunby.
only Matt, real quick, was that
Yeah.
the only incident you've ever had regarding like a sighting, or has there been anything else that kind of stands out outside of that really maybe felt like something connected to the phenomena,
Well, the Saratoga Ghost Road, Bragg Road in East Texas. Like one time I go out there, right? With me and my buddies, like used to. It was, after Blockbuster, it was just like, let's go for a drive with your buddies. You got some some time in the car, a little road trip. We go out to Saratoga, right? Bragg Road. And dude, the first time, me and my buddy Johnny, we're listening to KSBJ, setting our intent because he was reading Weird Texas. We go down this fucking road, right? And there was times we didn't see it, but then one time, I remember this because I saw it, and I was watching how it danced. You've heard of Will, Wisp of the Willows or something like that? Well, like this is like it came up. I mean, it was like you look at physical matter. It wasn't like lighting a candlestick or a candle, but that light started to grow, right? And it was flickering and moving. And, it's an 8 mile road. And, I'm looking in the direction of where we came because it's like a straight road. It's one of those spooky drives in East Texas. And so I'm going down it. We're going down a straight 8 mile road, not Eminem, but Ghost Road and Bragg Road. Anyways, so we're going down and we see this shit. Well, we like reverse. We put that fucking truck in reverse and hauled ass the other way once it was gone to see, like, or was there another car on the road, or like, hey, what was in this vector behind us? Because that's where that fucking light started. You were talking about plasmoid lives and orbs. Well, later on, my buddy Carl, I was best man at his wedding. He's driving down the road and he gets a photo. He gets this photo of this orb up in this tree. And I shared it with Rich Hoffman, who's the president of the SCU. Yep, that's an orb. And there's something called Earth lights. And there's, it was near pipeline, so you don't know what kind of norms, if you know what norms are, um, could cause phosphorescence in some gaseous emission. So yeah, I saw that. That's a real, but that
That's
wasn't
interesting.
the black triangles like coming out of the fucking clouds going. Vroom, vroom, vroom,
Right.
vroom.
It was a little
Yeah,
more minimal.
yeah.
All right. Well, let's. I appreciate that, Matt. Honestly, I really appreciate you kind of holding the fort down too with telling your story and kind of going over your whole experience from start to finish. So I appreciate you saying that. I really wish maybe you would have captured something, but this does seem to be in the 90s, so I get it.
Well, I brought my dad into a Twitter space after the Stros won the World Series. There were some people that were in there. Astro might have been in there. Kent may have been there. But my dad, he comes in this Twitter space and he record, like, I'm asking questions. Nicole Sackage is asking questions, and we were about as honest as you could be. So that experience between multiple witnesses between me and my dad, we just won the World Series. What am I going to do? I've been a little tipsy. I'm going to get on Twitter Space with my dad and ask him about like those black triangles, and it's documented. I
Nice.
posted it.
I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, share it here if you can, Matt.
I'll see if I can
Um,
find it.
Fantastic. Let's go to Kent here. Kent also, again, this is a little more theme based, just to let you know. Uh, so if you want to post some vids and pics, I know you got some. That'd be great. Yeah, Kent, jump in. What do you got here?
I was just going to say, I don't think Matt's sighting was a TR3B. I just feel like the way he described it, the way it didn't have lights. Now I know Richard Doty's a controversial figure, but one of the things he stated in the space was that any alien recovery vehicles, any ARVs, have lights on them because they have to have lights on them because this is what people don't realize. Even if the thing is flying around in all these public areas, which is ludicrous, if we've spent billions of dollars developing these things, they're going to have lights on them because they need to be able to be seen by the people when they're landing and when they're taking off and when they're in the air, because unfortunately there's a lot of stuff in the air all the time. I just don't get why people just want to say all this stuff's secret, recovered tech. It's not, most of the
I
stuff's not.
totally agree with that. No, I totally agree with that. If anything, like I consider like a great amount of course, like the orbs or spheres, like somewhere more like on like a what would you say, like a frequency or like a maybe like a spirit even for some of the orbs. Like it sounds so stupid and crazy to say, right? But I don't know. I
Could I
think that
jump
that's
in, Paul?
just yeah, yeah.
I think what people need to realize, I mean, this is my theory, but if you have vehicles, and some of these vehicles are nuts and bolts manufactured vehicles of some description that are in the air, and you've also got the esoteric, you have all the ghosts and angels and all that stuff as well. But they're all they must be going through some type of the same medium. Sorry about the motorcycles, folks. I'm out in the country. Um, they go through the same medium. They go from a physical plane to a non-physical plane to arrive here and then become physical again. So I think this is where a lot of UAPology and phenomenon stuff gets mixed up, because I think a lot of this stuff is coming through the same, for want of a better word, conduit to become physical on the earth.
Makes sense. Almost like a filter, right? I mean, I don't know. I always think of the
Well,
latter, right? Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, yeah. We talk about the conscious as if it's something else. It's not. It's the only thing we have. We understand all of our reality through our consciousness. Anything that enters that consciousness that's non-physical is something we understand as non-physical. Anything that comes in that's physical is physical. So if you have a poltergeist that's physically moving stuff around in your house or creating 6 red gelatinous blobs that are floating around in front of you, or if it's a craft that's manifesting in front of you either through a portal or through, this is the same sort of thing. It's only when your consciousness perceives it that it becomes a reality that you can deal with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. No, I totally agree. Yeah, but again, before we kind of dig more into the specifics of what we're speculating UAP are, let's go to Sister, and then we're gonna go to Rin. I know Rin has a couple of experiences. I'd like to hear from her after, and maybe if she has some pictures and videos loaded up, that'd be awesome. So go ahead, Sister Linda.
Oh, thank you, UFO Spidey Paul. Good to see the space. Good to see everybody here. I'm so glad. First of all, UFO Twitter Week, such a great week. Every time it happens, if you're sour, unhappy, it's always good. I've had the pleasure of actually being a host once on a UFO Twitter Week. It was cool. So I'm glad, Paul, that you're here. Experiencers are important. What they say is important. Um, all sorts of experiencers too. So I don't have like a UFO experience. I have seen lights in the sky. However, I have had an out of body experience, and it was very brief. But I do believe these things are connected to the UFO experience. Also, like maybe not everybody has the experiences, but yeah, being an experiencer doesn't necessarily just mean being seeing a UFO. A lot of people are experiencers, right? They see entities, sometimes not even a craft, or but I think it's important.
Yes.
All of that stuff is connected, and if someone is a near death experiencer, right, somebody who has these, and I know people that do who don't know anything about UFOs, it's important to talk to these people and make them, or not even make them, just help them understand, like, these things are connected, these near death experiences, the UFO phenomena. I think it's all really connected, and yeah, thank you.
I think so too. Yeah, that's actually a really great point. Yeah, like the other side and the whole astral plane thing, like it just makes sense, right? Especially like in terms of what I always like to refer to time, right? Like what the fuck is time? And I think that has a lot to do with some of these even astral travel experiences if you just consider the fact that consciousness is non-local and you know we account everything on a fundamental level. But yeah, great point, Sister Linda. Thank you so much. Let's toss it to Rin. Rin, thanks for coming out. I appreciate it. Um, let's go over a couple of your experiences, or if you want to tell us your initial sighting or experience with the. I know you got some vids and pics or something. So yeah, go ahead.
Hey everyone, I hope you can hear me. Happy UFO Twitter Week. It's been just an awesome week all around. Amazing guests, just amazing spaces. I missed some, but just good work, everybody. It's really like just so awesome that like we're coming together for one purpose, and it's just so awesome. So, yes, hello, my name is Rin. For those who don't know, a little fast because I'm a little nervous when I talk about these things. So bear with me. Yes, I guess would consider myself an experiencer. I've been seeing things for like the past like 7 to 6 years. I also live in a very like high um area that has UAVs and test objects. So I have documented several things that I've seen. Some of them that I believe are our own technology, some of them may be from somewhere else. So I do try to document everything that I've seen because I think that's very, very important. And I post it obviously because why not? And so that's on my Twitter, and those are in my highlights. If anybody wants to go and look, I'll post a few of like my top ones to the nest.
Yes,
So
please.
yes, but I will just go over a few because I was listening to the Chris Bledsoe space, and that was an absolutely amazing space. I was honored to be able to listen, and he made a point that really stuck with me, and it just stood out to me about something, how sometimes these things might look like a cloud, and that the cloud or he used a verse in the Bible, and I'm not aware of the Bible, and I'm apologize for that. I want to be, but I haven't been. So I love that he can reference the Bible towards what he's seeing and towards what other people are seeing as well. I think that's important. But anyways, I saw this type of cloud thing about a year and a half ago, and I was walking my dog, and I do have a video of it in my highlights, and it looked like a cloud 100%. It was transparent. I could see like through it, and it was just floating along, just with no care in the world. It didn't have any direction. It didn't have any means of propulsion. I actually thought it was the moon at first because when I first saw it, it was kind of like a crescent shaped, and it was like,
Oh my God, I just thought about the moon being a UFO like before you said that. I'm so sorry to interrupt that. I'm not even kidding.
no worries.
Synchronicities.
No worries.
The synchronicities.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Everyone take a shot. Synchronicity.
take a shot,
Hell yeah.
hey. And so yeah, it was crazy though. So I kind of like we live on a lake, so my view from where I was seeing it, it was going to be blocked by some houses. So I went to an empty lot to see if I could get a video, and the video I got was a little shitty because my dog was like, "What are you doing, Mom? Walk me, come on!" And so I ran actually to my house, and by the time I got home, it was barely visible, but I like ran home, and I told my mom to come outside, and I was like, "Mom, you have to come and see this. Like, there is like a cloud. I don't know what this is." And she saw it too, but very distant as to what I saw. But anyways, I have a video of it, and it's a pretty good video. It looks like it's like some sort of like plastic bag or something, but it's actually huge. Like it was probably honestly the size of my house. It was huge. It was a huge freaking object. And so I have no idea what that was. And I was asked to be on like a TV show for it, and like they didn't show it, which is like totally fine. It's fine. But like also, if that stuff's super secretive, they probably wouldn't show that kind of stuff like on television too. But who knows? I'm not super special. It's no big deal. So anyways, that was like one of my first very profound sightings where I was like, that's bizarre, the most bizarre thing. And I will put it in my highlights. And then I have a few other sightings, and one of them it's kind of hard, but it's one of the ones where there's like a little laser in it, and I've had this phenomenon happen multiple times, and it's like the most frustrating phenomenon
That's insane.
ever. And so sometimes I'll see like you'll go outside like everybody like we all do, and I've seen this thing continuously blink, a stationary object blink multiple times, and it's the weirdest thing ever, and it drives me insane, and I've only been able to capture it on camera one time. I don't know what that is, but I've seen that about like 5 times, and that's like the creepiest thing ever to just see like a super bright flash in the
Do you know
sky.
what color it is? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, it's like the whitest white you've ever seen. It's like when it flashes, it's like the
Oh, okay.
brightest star in the sky. It's like
Yeah,
outshines
that's what I was
everything.
saying, right? I think the thing is people look, and I've heard this before. I've also heard people say they thought they saw the sun, right? Like it's so bright, you don't know how to identify it, and you're like, oh, it's the moon. And next thing you know, the moon is getting closer, and you're like, what? That's not normal, right? I've heard
Even these. You're right, because even like as far away as I've seen some of them, like if you look at the center of an orb, that shit is bright as fuck. Like it really is looking at the sun or a miniature sun. It's fucking nuts.
Bledsoe described the orbs he saw at the Fayetteville River. Like if you listen to Chris Bledsoe's original orb sighting, the very first one.
It was the giant one, right? And he thought it was like the sun.
One orange one. He thought it was the sun, and then 2 of them. He's like, okay, that's not normal. There's not 2 suns.
Yes, I do recall that. I did want to segue to one separate point, Rin, with your experiences. I did see that you are close to a base. Now, this doesn't discount like what I still consider UFOs, right? If it's black tech. You posted like some pics, right, of like the facility near you and like this fucking crazy looking craft, like black tech craft. And if I'm not mistaken, it did you have a video of that too? Because I remember seeing a video of something like that and it looked fucking nuts.
Dude,
Like it looked crazy.
I'm so glad you remembered. So I honestly think I do, and you can go in my highlight. I'll post that one too, and it's literally it
Yeah,
goes right
yeah,
past a
try to
plane.
find them. That's what I want to do. I want to try to get everybody to post whatever they have, so that when you go back to the space, you're just gonna look at the comments and all like the all the posts in the nest and like see a shit ton of weird shit. So I definitely would like if you can post that there for everybody to see. That is so fucking interesting. If you can maybe find it with that overview picture as well, like that Google image picture, that'd be sick. Because goddamn, if that is not compelling, that there's some crazy shit that they've clearly created, then I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? So that'd be really cool.
Yeah,
Hey, Ren, whenever, like, don't be afraid. Like, if whatever you saw, I'm sure Matt sent from Foreign Intel already saw it too. So it's like, don't be afraid.
Thank you, Matt.
Uh,
Thank you. You know, a few you know that like there is a big fear that it has stemmed from this from when I was like young or whatever. So I really do appreciate that. So thank you. And I'm looking through the highlights right now. I'm gonna try to find it, but I did honestly delete the picture of the Google image view I got because I was a
no.
little like I was a little
That was
scared.
honestly, yeah. Honestly, I can, but I'll say this: like, it looked exactly the same, but if you could still post the video, I think that'd be really cool.
No,
For people
screw
to
it.
see like
I'll post
this
it again.
crazy looking.
I'll post it
Yeah,
again. Screw it. I'll find it. I'll post it. I'll show you guys. Like I got you guys. Don't worry.
this is the space to do it. Like I said, I mean, put it out in the public for
Ren,
everybody to kind of just
yeah.
review
If,
and observe it. You know what I mean? So,
Okay, so just question
well,
real quick.
Spidey,
How,
hold on,
go ahead.
Matt.
do I post
What's
to
up?
the original like space? Because sometimes I feel like it'll get like how do I post it correctly? Or do I go to
So if you go to the purple pill, okay, go there. Like you got a copy, of course, the link, right? So you do the share button on the original post you have on here. And if you haven't already posted anything, then of course you still do the same. You add the post, and you either upload a new picture or video, or you paste the link to your previous post. And then once you post it there, it's going to have the share option again. And then since you're a speaker, it'll say the name of the space, and you just click on that, and then it'll throw it up in the nest. So yeah.
thank you. Okay, I'm gonna do that right now. And then I'm gonna let you guys get back to y'all's conversation and I'm gonna put it up in the highlights. Okay, thank you guys so much.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna come back to you here because I still have a couple of questions about that. But
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
we do have a request here. I'm gonna add you here because I haven't vetted your profile, but I certainly hope that this is UFO related. So I'm gonna add you to the panel here. Effie's. Hopefully this doesn't derail
Be
anything.
careful. Like, next thing you
Shut
know,
up,
your
Matt.
spam, your
Matt,
nest
it's
gets spammed.
all right, Matt. I know. So let's welcome new speaker Effie's. You want to come up on the mic here?
Hi, I was looking for something.
Okay,
Sure.
fantastic.
Hello, everybody, and let me see. Where are you? Thank you, Sean, for inviting me.
Oh yes, Sean did tell me about you. I'm so sorry. I have the worst memory. Thank you so much for joining the space.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, what experiences have you had with the phenomenon, or any sightings, if anything, or outside of that as well? Please share your story with us, please. If you can kind of put it in the middle of maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and then we can kind of converse back and forth, that'd be great. Go ahead.
sure. I live in Turlock, California, and it's known for UFOs. And last year, I was taking pictures just with this phone, and I did see more than once UFOs. And I mean, they went back and forth like playing with each other. So it wasn't, a plane passing by. But I lost through Google, I lost it because I put some in cloud and they disappeared. And then I had one, I'm sure it was trees I heard, but uh, they're real tiny. It's real tiny to see on your cell phones. But I saw one and it was going back and forth, but also the clouds on my, and I zoomed it so I could see it better, but you could hear this noise and it was like all the clouds were like around it. It was, I don't know, maybe I'm off on that, but that's how it appeared to me. And it had something like a energy, I guess, around it. And the other thing is, when I was watching my sister's house, she had, I forget what, alarm system she had, but she tagged me into it. So like when she was at work or gone, I could see. And I saw orbs just like dancing. And even when I came, to visit
Wow.
her. Yeah. And her my nephew passed away a long time ago. And I just got the feeling like he brought his friends, like in excitement that I was there because we hadn't seen each other in a long time. I mean, that's the impression I got. I'm just,
Wow.
but
You're
it,
blowing
it
my
was
mind right now.
it was like at least 6, 7 worms at the same time, and they were dancing, and it was on video, on the camera. You could see it on the camera, so it wasn't like my imagination at all. So,
That's wow. That's talk about synchronicities. This is something even Sister Linda highlighted this actually, about like after death and the connection to the phenomena. I think, everybody kind of knows my story at this point here, really, in the rooms. These things started showing up uh, a month before my mother passed away, the orbs as well, and a little bit following after, and kind of loosely now, not as much, but still a little bit during throughout the week. So I think there is something. Maybe it's not just death, right? Maybe it's because of like how much death hurts, or maybe like just the thought of somebody or longing to be with that person too. Like any type of like extreme emotion, right, seems to have some relationship, right, with the phenomena or these orbs in particular. So I find it fascinating that you went over that story, and that's the first thing, right, that everybody thinks of is when they start off their UFO story. Really, is like most people, right? Not all people, because there's also kind of like in Rin's case with one of the crafts she's seen. It's obviously maybe black tech, but most of the time, I'd say with the orbs, right? There's always this deep connection to the soul, in my opinion. What do you think about that, Effie's?
oh, absolutely. And you just made me, reminded me, um, I've been living here since 1990. And when I guess it was like maybe 7 years ago, or maybe longer. It has to be longer. But when we had it was a cold storm from, I guess, Alaska, and it brought hail. But during that time, I remember, uh, I think there was some talk about UFOs, but I was with a friend, and I didn't see it. I felt it, and I felt like it was one of those huge UFOs that was like, a whole block. And I just felt it like it was above us, moving. and I don't know, I don't know what to say. If
That's
it's my
insane.
imagination.
Holy shit.
We weren't talking about UFOs or anything like that, but I felt it. And then later, people started talking, and they said that they've seen many in this area. So I'm so glad I
There's
joined.
Well, I appreciate that. And saying like the prominence of a certain area, it makes you think about the land, or maybe like the like certain like aspects of maybe even the geomagnetosphere in certain areas too. Like we have to account for all aspects, right? But it is interesting, right? People talk about sacred land and like ancestral ties to those lands that probably create some type of phenomenon that I would say is more extended throughout time, right? Like much like Skinwalker Ranch and other places like that. But yeah, I mean, I think there is something to energy within the phenomenon staying trapped in certain areas, whether that's through, you know, a spiritual connection or just an earthly connection, right? We have to consider all possibilities. But yeah, I appreciate that, Effies. Thank you so much for joining in. And Sean, thank you so much for inviting her up here. Effies, I'm going to throw it to the next hand. I appreciate you coming in. We'll toss it back around if you got anything to say. AI, what do you got for us, man? Go ahead and jump in.
Hey guys, nice to see you all in this space. I got booted from the previous one. Sorry, if I didn't pass the test or whatever. Um, not my discernment, not mine to discern. Sorry guys if I rocked, but like I'm still here. At least for now. Um, yeah, just enjoying the communities. Here on X, just joking.
All
No,
right.
set aside. Yeah, I just had an interesting night. Here. I think like I already got like the same kind of conversation with the feds. I think that's what it felt like,
Okay,
and
okay. So
yeah,
so AI, this is a very topical space. So if you're gonna come
mm,
up on the mic, this is gonna be about if you've had a UFO sighting, you can tell your story, share your data, and we can go over that.
yeah.
Usually I would troll somebody coming in like you right now, but it is recorded, so I want
Well,
to
no,
come off a
sorry,
little
like, I was with a
civilized.
friend. I was in
So
a video call with a friend. He
yep.
was tuning in from Sacramento, and we saw at the end of the phone call when we started talking about Green Tara from Buddhism, deity in Buddhism. We noticed that there appeared a green light or a small orb, probably like 200, 300 meters away. Yeah, that's about it.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. How long ago was that? And you said you were there for that,
Oh,
right?
that's long ago. That's like what ages ago? What could it be? Could it be? Could it have been 2015 or 2016? Mm.
Interesting. Interesting. All right. Well, I hit AI. We got a couple of hands. I appreciate you here. Thank you so much. We're gonna toss it around. Thanks. We got non-cred up here next. Non-cred, what's up, my brother?
Yo, Spidey. I mean, you've heard it before, but I came to summarize for the sake of the record. Let's see here. My mom saw two flying discs. They demonstrate instantaneous acceleration. Then me, my mom, my grandma saw a craft that mirrored our movements, very similar to Commander Fravors' experience with the Tic Tac. That was 2002. Let's see here. Then I discovered UFOs were real in 2021. At the height of my ontological shock, I read about the miracle of Our Lady St. Fatima. Then I walked outside, middle of the night, had a weird voice in my head tell me to look up, woman's voice in my head. First time since, first time before that, only time. I've experienced that. But then again, my grandma told me stories about how she heard the voice of Jesus, or what she interpreted as the voice of Jesus, saved her fucking life. I had ignored the fact that like my best friend's parents had like a lost time experience where they then like stopped at a random hotel and then found a missing key that they had lost in a whole nother state there. I've seen a structured craft with jet fighters flying around. It would have been fucking Walmart sized if my approximation of its distance is at all right. Fucking military aircraft flying around in the sky, like just on the outside of a major metropolitan area. And then I've seen
Still creepy as fuck.
two fucking orbs that just look just like the videos Chris Leto's been posting now that he has a better camera. It's just like, and people on Reddit want to tell me I'm fucking crazy for asking, what's going on here, guys? What's going on here?
Amen, brother. Holy shit, right? Like, that is a lot of us, I think. Like, there's like this initial experience that we have, or either with family, or even it might not be our own experience, but somehow because it's so close to our heart and the people we care about, like, we kind of get pulled into the topic. And then you start to see like the fuckery of some of the suppression of this topic being accepted, because anytime like you talk about these experiences, right, it's kind of like the debunker thing, like, oh, you believe in fairies and monsters and like fucking bullshit. Yeah, Santa Claus. Yeah, exactly. So I think that that's an important thing that you highlighted there, non-credits, is that you shouldn't let the internet, you shouldn't let the internet control your ability to speak your truth, really, because
Yeah, like especially when your
this is,
truth involves
yeah,
like so many people, so many sightings, so many things, and even if we go for like the very like liberal guesstimate that like really 98% of these sightings aren't real, that's still like thousands of fucking unknown objects, things that we can't explain. Let alone the fact it's really only 66% of sightings roughly that can be attributed to prosaic explanations. Then a little under a third, low information zone, right? I didn't mention the orbs that might have been orbs that were too far away for me to really be like, yeah, I think that's weird, right? And then there's,
yes,
well, I mean, just me alone, that's like 5 anomalous experiences plus like multiple people from multiple different places in my life with no. I mean, I didn't even cover my grandpa saw like an orb phenomenon that was like known to locals in the area in the 50s that the Army Corps of Engineers and the Signal Corps investigated in 1946. Right? It's like, why is the Army investigating if it's nothing? If it's just headlights from a road a couple miles down the way, right?
that's so fucking crazy, man. Like, this is the thing about the phenomena that makes people confused, is that they start associating it as if it's this like genetic experience too, which I think there's a big aspect to that. I truly think that. But there is a coincidental aspect, right? Especially in terms of what we're talking about, the prosaic craft and whatnot. Like, that could be another element that we could consider, right? As far as like
What is a
the
prosaic craft?
that's like conventional, like it's explainable,
Yeah.
basically. So yeah, but
Okay.
I think there's
Even
just a combination of that and actual genetic lineage that has a lot to play into the phenomenon. But I won't expand on that because again, this isn't a fucking speculative philosophy space. So
Yeah, yeah.
we got
I wanted to tell another story though. We had
AI.
a
You gotta toss up your hands. I'm sorry, you weren't in the hand queue. We're gonna toss it on over to Toop, then Urs, and then Sean, and then you. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I just came in to say I'd like to hear a lot more from AI. So,
All right,
go.
I'm working on it.
Okay. So, we had an incident when.
All right, so let's go to the next hand. Appreciate it. We got Urs on the mic. Go ahead. Let's. I know Urs actually always comes prepared, so this is gonna be cool. I don't know if Toop also jumped out the same time that I kicked AI. That was probably, yeah, coincidental. So yeah. Anyways, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to be as kind as possible tonight. I don't want to kind of fall into my same habits of getting frustrated and calling people names and throwing them out of spaces and whatnot. It's yeah, it hasn't been doing good with my connection with the phenomena, if I'm being honest. So trying to elevate my my approach here. Uh, Appreciate you guys. Okay, so Urs, please tell us your, as far back as you could think, or maybe your one of your most profound sightings that kind of started off like this ripple effect of having it be a prominent aspect of your life. And if you can share some images and whatnot, that and videos, that'd be great. You know, we want to make sure that people are telling their story, and that this, you know, these videos and whatnot are all kind of in one place, so it's not like just a, you know, like when you run through Twitter. I'm just going to say this real quick. When you run through Twitter and you're following different accounts, you always see like these random UFO videos, right? You never know. It's like, is this like bullshit? Like, is this animation? Like, there's never like an actual space where it's like, let's just fucking post all our actual videos from authentic people on the mic wanting to tell their story. So that's why I think this is something, you know, I really wanted to try to put together so that the people experiencing it don't feel like they're fucking alone or cuckoo, and the people interested into the topic that aren't full blown experiencers kind of, hopefully that validates a lot of, you know, why we're here and why we're talking about this topic. So Ursula, thank you so much again for your patience. I apologize about the rant. Go ahead.
Hey, Paul. It's so awesome that you're having a space this week. And, I I think I've talked a lot today, but like yours is probably the space where I would feel I'm more comfortable to speak up, like about my experiences. Because I think a lot of us in this space we see different types of orbs or, you know, um, so I don't know, like I always call myself part-time experiencer. I know that's a lame word to use, but like as far back as I can remember, it might have started at birth, because my twin and I came into this world at 28 weeks and we almost died on the way out. And so, I was trying to ask my mom, when did what happened at that time? Even at birth, they didn't know that I was in the womb with my twin. So, and ever since I could remember, I've seen, like at about 5 or 6, I would tell my parents that, I said, I think there's a little man. He lives in the closet and he comes out at night. And what he looked like, I don't know, but apparently I described him. And what I described was not human. And to this day, I have no memories of that. But my dad said that he woke up one night and there was something touching his head. So he knew from that point on that I wasn't exaggerating. They took my story seriously because a lot of parents don't do that. As the years went by, I would sleepwalk and I would, I don't know, I would end up in certain weird spots in our house. And then going forward, we've always, I think I've always seen different types of UFOs. I don't know if I don't, I mean, I don't recall any physical beings, but I did dream about these things, and I just always alluded them to just being dreams. I do remember in about 1998, I remember our whole town when we had a blackout. So my aunt, my uncle, all our town was outside, and we remember that night, and we were sitting there, and our town was dark, and what I remember that night was some type of crafts being chased by our military over our town, which was dark. I remember our neighbors being outside. To this day, no one has said anything about it. That was probably one that I remember vividly, even though I had experienced other things before that. Like even as a child, I think I saw some type of beings, but I remember that was the first time I physically saw these crafts again, whatever they were, being chased up there. And my uncle, I remember him being terrified, saying like, "What is happening above our skies?" And he was asking our neighbors if they could see it too. Of course, they could see it as well. And then, just moving forward in time, I had my babies. We saw a triangular craft, which in about 2011, and it went right over us. It was exactly like a Benny and Barney Hill type of thing. I thought it was a star, but I realized it was coming
Holy
close
shit.
to us. And as it was coming close, my kids, my older girls started getting scared, and they were like, "Mom, what is that? It's coming towards us." And there was nobody on the interstate, which was so weird to this day. I can't imagine why an interstate would be that dead. It was like around 3 a.m. in the morning. And as it came closer, and it's weird because we're driving and it came towards us, like literally. And so as it came right close to us, I told my ex husband to pull over, and he pulled over, and that I don't know what compelled me to jump out of the vehicle, but I watched this thing go close to us, and my girls were crying in the back seat. My ex, I think, also got out of the vehicle, and we watched this thing. And I remember calling my mom to make sure I didn't lose time, but I don't remember what I said to her. I don't remember if it actually went through, but
Urs,
uh,
what did that look like? Sorry to cut you off real quick. What did it look like exactly, though?
it wasn't like a TR3B. You know how people they say like there's three lights under there. This had no lights underneath of it. It was just large and black, and it was it
Oh
didn't
my
have
God. Before
and it
you joined, Matt said that's how his triangles look like.
yeah,
I'm sorry. That's
that's
insane.
right.
Wow.
Yeah, and it did not feel I felt I kind of felt scared. Like when as soon as I got out, I felt fear. Like I don't know why I felt fear. It didn't feel like, oh, like there's some light, and I felt like really scared. And I don't know why I was standing there. And as it went over, it was just hovering near us for a bit. And then all of a sudden it was just it kind of just disappeared that way. And I don't remember the weird thing is I don't remember how it disappeared. Even we got our stories mixed up. Like my ex had different year and I had different year. As we got to the room that night, I remember our girls felt really we all felt disoriented. To this day, I don't know if something else happened. And then, just fast forwarding, I also, there's so many stories, but I guess that would be one of the bigger stories that, and then skipping forward to 2022, my twin passed away. I remember crying, sitting here crying one day, and all of a sudden there was just a light in the sky. And that's when I think I do remember recording them in 2021 too, like a few, but that day changed and I remember like I would see them as I cried. And pretty soon I just saw them like everywhere. It was during the day, in the evening, and then the ones I saw that were similar to one Paul and Christian and some of the others are seeing. So, I don't know what they are. For me, it feels like maybe they could be some sentient beings. I've asked this question numerous times. Could they be us? Could they be from our past or future? Could they be from something that's outside of time that, knows about like humans that, or even our own relatives? I don't know. But when I see these things, I just feel calm. Like I don't feel a fear. Oh well, there was a couple of times I felt fear, like the ones when from when the one I got sick in June. So yeah, I see quite. I
Ursula,
think
can I ask you a question about the calm aspect real quick?
yeah, yeah.
Um, Now, here's how I've maybe looked at it. I'm not projecting my own thoughts. I want to ask this by kind of framing it into my experiences. It seems like like the phenomena sometimes is just happening as if like it's just there, but some days, right, you're gonna have hard days. And I think this is what people talk about when they say, I don't want to see the phenomena today or whatever. It's not like it's like, whoa, like, oh, like this is scary, it's spooky, or it's demons. It's more like I just had a bad day. Like I'm just trying to like come back to myself, right? Would you consider that aspect maybe something that you've experienced, or do you actually have you actually just felt a full on negative feeling from seeing them, like the orbs and whatnot? Like, yeah, Ursula,
Um,
you still there?
could you repeat this the last 20
Let me
seconds?
let me simplify it. So what I'm trying to say is that like based upon like the day you've had, right? That can affect your mood in a lot of ways. And you hear people say like I don't want to interact with the phenomenon, or like I don't want to see it, blah blah blah, because like you're just so caught up in your own shit, right? And then there's other people who are like it's literally just affecting them because they don't want to accept the reality of the phenomenon. Which bucket do you kind of maybe lend yourself to is kind of my question. Like, is it more like your personal emotions and like you being around them and not wanting to think about that at the time, or is it actually being affected by them showing up?
I think it's a combination of everything, honestly. Like some people that really affects them, they get when they see it, it physically affects them, like it makes them sick, it makes them it is I guess for some people it even scares them. For me, like sometimes it can affect your emotions, and sometimes my emotions are already, where I'm crying, and then I see them. Other times it's, they're just there. I've never even tried to communicate with them until recently, like when Christian and Parsi, they would say like maybe ask it questions. I just always would say, "Oh, cool, look at those lights." But there was times when I would cry, and they would show up. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's a range of emotions, and it's just not one thing. It's like everything. Like for me, I can't really pick. So like I don't know. There's a lot to it though.
That's honestly the perfect answer, to be
Uh,
honest, in my
thank
opinion. I think this is very nuanced. And
yeah.
it's not like that I think, I was searching for a specific answer, but in my opinion, I think that's more of the neutral response that people should have, because a lot of what kind of like turns people off in this community, if any of you have recognized being here, is when you kind of like dip your toe too far into the pool on one side or the other. I think like having a balanced approach to your emotions and the phenomenon, everything that incorporates the experience is very necessary, because then we start to go into woo woo land because of our traumas, right? And I've been guilty of it, so I can't even like persecute anybody of that. You know what I mean? So Ursula, throw up some videos and pics, please, so people can
Yeah.
see some of your
I,
experiences.
I will.
That'd be great.
Thank you. I'll post one of the videos from last year, I think, and I will try to post another one later. But thank you for letting me speak.
No, I love it, and I always love hearing your experiences. And yeah, toss up as much as you can. Like I said, you have a ton of great videos. Find the best ones, and if anybody has a question about anyone's videos or pictures or whatever, throw up a hand, come up on the mic, and we'll probe through this tonight. But Sean, I wanted to give Sean a chance. Sean, thank you so much for coming through and inviting Effie's and a ton of other people. I appreciate you, brother. How are you doing tonight, man? What's good?
I'm kind of naturally blissed out, chilled out. I seen an orange orb about an hour ago. I've been kind of a little bit down past couple of days because of how horrible some of the stuff that's going on.
I feel
I
that.
I've been I went into the list of people that I follow and follow me. The reason I was doing that is I was doing a bit of DMing in the background, and I've discovered that I've unfollowed people, and I haven't done that So if anyone has got someone who's on Paul, I reached out to one of them, to Barabbas, and Paul, I'm not sure if you were actually there. I found his a conversation one time incredibly practical, incredibly useful to me. I also found it deeply spiritually empowering. There's no way on earth I would have, and I pinged him a message and said this, and he replied, I thought that might be the case, and explained. So if anybody is getting people drop off, please don't assume that they're actually doing it. There's definitely something going on. I'd like to respond to what Logan said about the damage. One side of me is exceptionally rational, logical, and really good at problem solving, and that combined with fear, massive fear, has blocked me in my spiritual path and development. Now, as a consequence of some of the people I've encountered, and some of them are in this room, Paul's one of them, I've started seeing orbs again. I'm going to go to what Ursula said and build on it. If anybody's going to be triggered by CPTSD, and the description of it, or the death of a child, I would ask them to drop out the room, because I don't want to cause anybody trauma.
Thank you, Sean, for saying that.
Or anything like that. My little brother died when I was 7 years old. I used to have an orb, and I suffered quite severe and extreme physical and psychological abuse from my father. I protected my mother and my siblings from his violence. I normally getting them to direct at me. Excuse me. And I used to have a green orb come into my bedroom sometimes, and communicate with me and tell me that it was safe to go to sleep. And there is, as I was saying, hard neurological evidence that being frightened increases this is to build on what Logan said, increases the potential for damage to your brain. I can post this stuff, but I'm still not very good at Twitter, and you'll have to give me like a chance to do that.
Sean, if
Now,
if you already have them posted on your account, just send them to me in DM, and I can post them to the nest if you'd like, or you can comment on the space there at the little purple pill at the bottom. So yeah.
yeah, okay. And sorry, my grandmother and one of my aunties taught me about, the natural elemental spirits. I have a deep connection to water. I grew up next to a river. Okay, yeah, I will do. Parsi, and I have reached out to Parsi in the background. Parsi's reached out to me. And sorry, whilst Parsi and I have been speaking, and every time we do, orbs instantaneously appear. That's happened to others. One of the things that Parsi posted, which she filmed when we were speaking live, Parsi, my ears have just taken an entirely different humming tone, and Parsi filmed an orb, and he got it cleaned up. He's actually a little bit shocked, and I said, "Oh, I stopped counting after 7." And he came back to me and said, "What do you mean 7? I can only see 2." And he put the time, and I said, "Excuse me, that it was helping with disclosure to my wife and my family, all of whom are experiencers, and my children, my wife." And and I said, "Well, it's helped me with disclosure with my wife. I'm not going to argue with her, but she sees a lot." And I pointed out, "But there is one there, and there is one there." And Parsi got it cleaned up. And the guy who got it cleaned up, there's an orb actually emerging from another on that. And whenever Parsi and yourself as well, Paul, seeing orbs, I am a Kadampa Buddhist. There are things I'm not allowed to talk about or discuss, and I can't and I won't. And I'm trying to share as much as I can. My grandmother taught me about. I think it's possible that the orb that came into my room might have been my brother. I don't think the orbs that I'm seeing at the moment are that. My grandmother taught me, and one of my aunties, I don't know my grandmother because she died when I was too young. She was virtually a surrogate mum. She taught me to read and write by teaching me to write poetry, by reading comics, and by doing a thing called synthetic phonics with me. But I'd bet money my granny was an experiencer. Yeah. But sorry, I also, when I did a humanities access course, the study group I belonged in had a witch, not the First Nations witch. We all gravitated towards one another, but like a healer, a shaman, a medicine person. Her husband was a New Age druid. They have frequently taken part in the ceremonies at Stonehenge, more wholesome and just beautiful people you'd struggle to meet. Uh, when they're in the room, and I haven't, sorry, one of them isn't with us anymore, and one of them is. And whenever I'm there, I can literally hear their heartbeat like it's a drum. I can hear and feel their breathing. I'm sad that Holly isn't here. She did a space the other day, and there was an English gentleman. He's been studying the paranormal for years, and I missed some of the space. I had
Oh,
to
you're talking
jump.
about Steve Mira, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember his name. My memory's dreadful as well. And sorry, but he described some of the orbs, and I think he's describing the orbs that some of us are seeing. I've taken pictures of orbs in an absolutely horrendous place. I don't want people to go there. I have shared privately with a few people, but I'm not going to, because as a practicing Buddhist, we believe that what happens in places has an effect on it. Someone we all know here cleaned up a weird image that I took of a square shape seeming to appear. And sorry, I hate to say it, but it did look like there was a skull or a face or possibly more in that. So I think the orbs might be coming from multiple places. I see Jake's here. Jake, I love your stuff, but I don't always get it. But I did love when he said that we should keep an open mind and consider all possibilities. But I think the orbs that this is just in my humble opinion, the orbs that we're seeing, or certainly that I'm seeing, are elemental spirits of nature. Also, my children are experiencers, and I've used the example set by your people to be matter of fact about it. When my daughter was really little, she told me that she had loads of orbs come into her bedroom. And I was like, "Oh, that's nice, darling. Sorry, my accent
Wow.
is really strong. That's nice, darling. What colour are they?" And she said, "Dad, they're all different colours and all different sizes." And I says, "Oh, that's
Yep.
nice." And matter of fact, and part of the reason I've lost lots of fear is because of the hard, rational neuroscience, and a lot of it is based around that Walker place, and I'm not going to say the name fully.
Wow.
I have a fixation with water. I've been fascinated by the Tuatha De Danann, the the daughters of the river god, Danu. I think this goes all the way back to India. Rin, I haven't forgotten that I was telling you about the Aboriginal man who not only made it rain, he made it absolutely poor. I can't find it. I am, if it's all right with you, going to send you, I'll DM you. I'm going to send you a link to a Japanese person who takes the most amazing and beautiful and spiritual places about water. And I'm having all sorts of things click into place in my head. But the holy space, I would advise anyone to
Check out
look
the
at it.
Steve Mira space. Yeah, it's really good, honestly. And Sean, I will say this here, so we can toss it to the next hand after, but those pictures that you sent me kind of a while back, I will say too much of what you're saying as far as the negative, or maybe like I would say like a stagnant spirit, right? It seemed to give me that impression from the pictures that you sent me. Um, and I'm sure that you don't, or if you do want to share them, that's fine. But I know you said, you're a little hesitant because it is a little on the dark end of, especially the location and whatnot. You said it looks very Blair Witch Project ish, if you will. So it does give spooky vibes, I will say that, and it has like an orb, right? Like it's kind of like in the was it was like a fireplace type of thing, right? Or like a crack in the wall. Is that what I'm remembering correctly, Sean? Am I
Uh,
accurate with that?
first time I went with my daughter. Sorry, woman who's like a surrogate mum to me and who definitely was an experiencer, was dying, and we dropped everything. It took her years and years to die. We dropped everything. We flew up to Scotland, and spent a week with her. But obviously, I was there with my daughter. She was 12. They were from years ago. This place is horrendous. There are vile, horrible things that happened here. We picked up a load of stuff at the airport that we landed at to do things because we were trying to do things with my daughter, keep her amused, not keep it too happy. We were up to visit her grandmother who was dying, even though my daughter knew it was going to take a long time. So we went to this place, and the logical, rational, analytical part of my mind, which combined with my fear, has held back my spiritual development for years. We went in, and I thought, oh, this place is built with it's granite, so there's going to be tricks with the light. It's damp, so there's going to be tricks with sound, further tricks with the light, and something breathed in my ear. And I was very frightened. I use a protector being who is an emanation. I'm trying to be succinct here, an emanation of a Buddha. The protector being I invited into our presence, and Buddhists, we believe when we invite these beings, they're actually here, whether we can see them or not, and kept them with us. And first visit, we took a photograph of a green orb. They wanted us to send it to them, and we said, like, yeah, we'll send it when we get back to the south of England. Obviously, not going to do that. We never sent it to them. They didn't have as good a photograph of, excuse me, of an orb at that place. They give you little handheld things to measure the magnetic readings in the place. They get you to hold it to your watch so that you actually, excuse me, they get you to hold it to your watch so that you see what reading you get from that. They get you to hold it to your mobile phone. There is minimal safety lighting in the place. They get you to hold it to the light. So the orbs that I've actually taken there, they are, and I didn't take all of them. It's a combination of me and my daughter. The orbs that I took photographs of there, sorry, when, excuse me, they are, sorry, just give me a second. The orbs that I took photographs of, there are electromagnetic readings that are showing in there. And for me to be firing on all cylinders, I really need the logical, rational, analytical part of my mind, which is really strong, and the other to be happy. To come back to Ursula's point about fear, I wasn't frightened the first time, excuse me, because my protector was with me and my daughter and was fine with that. And that
Right.
exists within the sphere of nature. We went back a second time in the spirit of inquiry, and we asked permission to record, and we used a phone to, excuse me, to record. My daughter said, "Oh, it's switched off." And I'm like, "Don't worry about it. Weird things happen with electrical equipment when this is going on." I didn't invite my protector. if my daughter hadn't been with me, I would have literally ran out of the place. I was very frightened. I will never enter such a place again willingly, and certainly not without inviting my protector to be present. And he's not my protector. Buddhas exist for all sentient life. From the very, very little I understand about the Hopi, they pray for if you're conscious and you can feel pain, then the Buddha cares about you. Partly, I'm going to tease you badly over your succinct, don't be a C word, although I did love it and it did make me laugh. When we went the second time, we had 1, 2, or 3 blue or purple orbs in every room that we went. I felt something, and Ki Aikido, they teach you to use to connect yourself. It's Aikido is a way to harmonize your soul with the universe. That Ki, roughly, that's what it means. Ki Aikido is an emphasis in that. You're meant. One of the evenings that I went training was always mental exercises. Mental exercises, what you're doing with your mind, yeah. But to do that, you have to open yourself up to the universe. You have to be careful you're not using your own energy. Excuse me, and I believe, I can't remember who said anyone can actually do this kind of stuff. Excuse me.
I agree.
Sorry, Ki Aikido, opening up to the universe. I felt that I was actually attacked. Something had come into my body, and the chakra that connects you to the universe, it was coming up towards my heart chakra. And I think the difference might not have been inviting the protector because of the hard neuroscience that I've read recently. I think the difference might have been I was frightened the second time and I wasn't the first time. Excuse me. Dry mouth now, self-conscious. My ego's on the go here. Carol, it's absolutely lovely to see you here. Doma arigato. Sorry,
Yeah.
and because of losing
Yeah.
that fear, I'm questioning all sorts of stuff in my life. I'm having all sorts of stuff click back. I'm having all sorts of synchronicities with my family and my friends. But
Well,
the
that it's well, I mean, it's paradoxical, right? I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, I think that we miss with it. Um, Let me do this, Sean, because we did miss a couple of hands here. So if you can wrap here within the next 2 minutes or so, that'd be great. So we could go up to the other panelists, please. That'd be great.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. And I do apologise. Sorry, what not my intention to waffle on. I am close friends with a member of the Roma community. He has described me as not being a gorger. That's how Roma describe people who live in settled houses, although most of them have been forced into one place now. They're not gypsies, they don't come from Egypt. They trace their ancestry to the Punjab. Yeah, sorry, to the Punjab as far as no, I'm messing this up. They come from a particular part of India. They still speak Sanskrit. I think the connections to, sorry, this is me trying to address the thing with Ren. I'm going to send her, excuse me, sorry, her, my apologies, Ren. I'm going to send Ren, as well as the link to the water that the, excuse me, Japanese person takes, and they tend to be Shinto things, spirits in nature, all of that. I'm also going to send her a little bit about the
All right,
children of the
Sean.
water god,
I'm
and I'll
gonna.
land it there.
All right, Sean. Thank you, thank you. I know you're passionate about this. I'm gonna have to state that first above everything. I'm not trying to cut you off. It is a recorded space, though. I just want to make sure we're kind of being succinct with everybody's panelists time and whatnot. I we did have a couple of people up here, but Sean, I love you, man. Thank you for being such a passionate advocate of this subject, and I truly mean that. I think this is the type of stuff that people get scared of. They get scared of having these personal conversations, right? So keep doing you, Sean. I really appreciate your authenticity, in this topic, and your sincerity and discernment that you carry with yourself. So thank you so much for that, man. I really do appreciate that. Let's toss it around, guys. Again, this is a formatted space. You know, the whole point of this is share your story or share your evidence, and we'll keep tossing it around and see what we get from this. So yeah, appreciate all of you guys hanging on. Non-Ken Spectacle, I know you've been waiting up here for a good minute. If you're still up here, I would appreciate you coming up. I know you had your hand up for a minute and you dropped it back down, so I do apologize. If you have anything to add about any experiences that you've had with the phenomenon, please come up on the mic. Not Ken Spectacle. Are you still there? If not, we're gonna go to Bobby Pizzazz. Bobby Pizzazz here. That was the next person I saw on my queue. I'm not sure if Logan saw otherwise, but Bobby Pizzazz, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you guys doing?
We're
Been an
doing good. We're doing good. Yeah, we're talking about the
interesting.
phenomenon, sightings, experiences. What do you got for us, man? You got anything interesting to add to this conversation? Have you had an experience, and if so, do you have any documentation?
Well, let's see. I've had quite a few experiences actually since 1953. I'm 72 years old, so I've been on this planet a little while. And I've seen things that
Love
are
it.
so phenomenal you can't explain them with your five senses. My wife and I have been experiencing so many things for the last 27 years that we've been together. It's been unreal. And I mean phenomenal stuff. I'm not talking, just make believe liars lies, or somebody that comes in and goes, oh, I did this and I did that and I did this, and you can tell they're
Well,
telling one
Bobby.
lie
Well,
after
Bobby.
another. What I'm
So
talking about is
this.
actual physical manifestations of entities that are unexplainable by your five senses.
So,
That's what
so
I'm
go
talking about.
so start with your first like verifiable in your mind experience,
Well, my
and then
first one,
kind
I
of
was 7 years
kind of go
old,
from there.
and
Yeah.
I was 7 years old the first time I experienced seeing a UFO, or seeing what I called we're future human beings, is what I think they are. And what they are is like they're coming back to keep us in check so we don't blow the planet up. And so when I was 7 years old, I was near what's it called, Oscoda Air Force Base up in Michigan here. And they had these test drones that they were using. And at that time, they had these levitation buckets that you could float around that ran off the ither. I'll post a picture of that. But it's basically a video of a guy in a bucket. There's no motor, there's no nothing. It's using a levitation energy. And I thought it was the most phenomenal thing I ever saw. And they buried all that stuff in 1956 and 57. And my father was an inventor, and he studied Tesla his whole life. So he had graduated high school at 16. He was in GMI Tech, and he came up with this invention that allows you to cook your steak on the stove. And so my father had taught me all this stuff when I was young about focusing, and I mean really young. And at 17 months old, I was drilling holes in little orifices. The worst tornado in Michigan history went through my backyard in 1953. It's still the ninth worst in the United States and in the world. And you can look it up. And so many people died. And he threw me on his shoulders and walked me through them images. And I could never get that out of my mind. And I saw a straw drove through a telephone pole, which is completely unexplainable. I saw houses, cars, and boats, and animals and people floating around in a cloud up in the sky. And I kept looking at my mom. I said, Mom, those look like refrigerators. She goes, no, Bobby, those are houses. And so when you see that kind of thing at 18 months old, 1953, I think it was June 9th, and that stuck in my brain. And when the water came down, I mean, it was like buckets of water as the cloud went through. It made a big dark black cloud in the eastern sky, and there was two big silhouettes of willow trees, huge willow trees that were in that dark cloud. And it's really strange. And then all of a sudden, the sun appears up out of the western sky and lights the whole dark cloud up and puts the biggest rainbow I ever saw in my life. And I've never saw one as big as that since. So my whole life, I grew up with a hole in my left eye and dyslexia, so I couldn't use numbers and math the way everybody else did. So
Wow.
I grew up with this disease called chromesthesia, which is almost like a lie detector. It makes you yes, sir.
It's not a disease.
It's not a disease. What is it?
Chromesthesia is the ability
Oh, you
to
got
hear
somebody there with
colors.
you.
Yeah, it's my wife. She said it's the ability to hear
Okay.
things in color. And so when people talk and I listen to them speak, my colors in my brain tell me whether they're telling the truth or they're making a bunch of lies up on the fly.
Isn't that very similar to like paresthesia, where it's like
Well, no,
the color?
paresthesia is no.
Oh, go ahead.
You're kind of matching things that really aren't the same, but they're similar, but they're oranges and apples.
No,
Chromesthesia,
that's what I'm trying to say. Is like I don't even understand that. Yeah, go
if
ahead.
you want to take the intellect, you go ahead and talk, and I'll listen to you. Go ahead. You know more than I do, so go ahead and talk. Hello? Teach me. You know more than I do, paresthesia. Go tell me how much brain you got there, because you're full of shit up to your eyebrows, okay? If you want me to talk, I'll talk. If you're going to balk me, then fuck you. I'll go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Is that clear enough?
Well,
Clear enough?
I'm gonna
Okay,
clear enough as you got removed from the space. That was super weird. I honestly thought I was pretty kind about that. What do you guys think? Was that thumbs up? Do you think I was pretty kind? Thumbs down, Randy. Okay. I thought that was pretty. I was just literally saying like, okay, all right. Anyways, that's
You
like,
seem like you're just trying to work out what word was what, and it just it's like
I
the
was just
anchorman.
asking him.
Like, wow,
I was
that
just like,
escalated quickly.
I was like, exactly. I was giving a reference point. I don't even know any of that shit, to be honest. I was just like, is that similar? And he's like, yeah, but you know everything. I was like, oh shit, okay,
Dude snapped.
all right.
The dude snapped.
Maybe he was 72 years old. So shit. Goddamn. Sorry, man. It's ooh, man. It's a funny time to be alive. Anyways, I thought I was being pretty
You
collective
were,
most of the
Spidey. If I
day.
gave you a thumbs down, I apologize. I got big fingers.
It was the delay, Randy. You're probably thumbs downing the dude or whatever. It's all good. Uh yeah, that was honestly that was an energy block, to be honest. I thought he had some insight there, and he probably did, but might be a communication barrier. And I can't do that because it is a recorded space right now, and I'm not gonna like take the time to try to explain that. Uh, it's happened several times tonight. It's all good. It's part of the experiencer space. It's just we got to try to have
Having an
empathy
open
towards it.
forum can be a
Yeah.
challenge, man.
It is a challenge, but you know what? I'm trying to let it happen authentically as possible, because you have to show the mistakes too, right? It's like if like some of these bands, right? A lot of bands now, they'll post like their pre-production like demo that they recorded on an album, and it's like shit, whatever, but it kind of shows you like the systemic work towards the goal you're trying to achieve. So
Yeah,
it's
Spidey,
all
you're just
good.
you're just interacting with him.
Yeah,
Having
exactly. I was just asking genuinely. I don't understand how that was like I don't know. Maybe the way I phrased the question, maybe it sounded like if I was being rhetorical, but I was being sincere. I was like, is that kind of like similar to paresthesia? But I don't know. It probably set off a button. Shit, my bad. Parsi. Sorry, my brother. Hope you're doing good. Jump in, man.
Hey,
Let's
Paul.
go. Parsi, you got some pics and vids. Flood the nest, man. It's this is what it was supposed to be about. It wasn't supposed to be about philosophy, but you know, understandably, it went that route tonight, so it makes sense. But yeah, Parsi, how you doing? How you doing
I'm
today? And what do you got
I'm
for us, brother?
you. Thank you for having me on as always, Paul. Thanks for giving me a voice to speak. And hey, look, I'll start off by saying this. We're gonna get trolls all our life, brother. Okay. I used to react really badly to people, but I made a conscious decision now that I'm not gonna name and shame people on this platform. I may throw in the occasional, Mr. Bean meme with the middle finger, but that's about it. because I realized how people treat you is their karma. So, and I don't blame them, because people get triggered when you talk about these experiences, and they don't understand what we're living through, right? And yeah, I mean, it's going through for me as well. My other half does not understand the situation. And every time I'm on a space, I get chastised, and I got chastised pretty bad yesterday. It was pretty awful, but it's okay. I'm not trying to trauma dump. I've taken the day off from her. I'm focusing on this aspect of my life because things are happening, and they're happening on a daily basis. So where do you want me to start, Spidey? I'll start from the start, but I don't want to bore anyone.
Well, let's do this. Let's start with kind of the topical aspect of this conversation, because we all have our origin stories, and I would just honestly just say, Parsi, post the some of the podcasts that you've done and whatnot in the nest for your origin story, so we can kind of maybe toss it around. But I would like you to post also some of your videos in regards to the orbs and talk about, here is my question, the origin of those, because I'm finding a theme here. It's funny. It's really funny. There's trauma there, but underlining or subliminal trauma, really. And it's like almost we don't realize that it's happening, and then like we recant our stories. We're like, oh shit, yeah, something was happening. So give us the basis around your more recent kind of orb experiences that ignited the kind of frequent sightings that you've had, and toss some videos up in there, and yeah, give us the breakdown on that, because that'd be really great. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, I'll jump into what Sean was saying. So I'll give you an example from, maybe I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Um, Sean and myself decided to actually connect and speak about our experiences. So the day that I woke up in the morning, I found these weird, odd scratches on my back, right below my shoulder blade. It's a new aspect of the phenomenon, which I'd never experienced before. Maybe I have, I just didn't realize it. And I'm telling my wife, like, what the fuck are these things? So I started documenting them. Like, it's in an area where I couldn't reach, and someone would have to be standing behind me. But this was me sleeping at night with nothing on my back, waking up in the morning with these two scratch marks just going from top to bottom from my shoulder blades. Um, so I thought nothing of it, and then spoke to Sean in the evening, and I said, Sean, we're gonna speak. I'll go to my usual place in the park, and we'll speak about this stuff. And I go to say goodbye to my wife. I reach out to her, put my right hand out, and I feel this sting on my arm, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Pardon my language. There is a massive scratch right next to my tattoo, where my name's tattooed on. And it just manifested in real time, and I was like, this is fucking weird. So I thought nothing of it, and I went off to the park. I'm speaking to Sean, and I don't know what exactly happened between me and Sean, but this is always happening, and this needs to be scientifically explained, is that when two experiencers are speaking about the phenomenon or their experiences, the phenomenon goes crazy. So for me, I was in a trance-like state when I started speaking to him, and he can attest to this as well. I was looking at the sky, and I got a flash, and I was like, wow, okay, so that was an acknowledgement, but it's hard to film flashes. So then I thought, maybe I'll just pull my phone out and see if I can get lucky. And I ended up getting, I don't know. Sean says that there's 7 or 8 in the video. I only ended up seeing maybe 2 or 3, but I popped it all on YouTube because it's difficult to see it here on X. So literally after that experience, like, multiple flashes of light. And then I told Sean, I said, Sean, that orb that you're seeing in the room, Sean, hope it's okay to discuss this. Just give me a thumbs up or a down if you're okay with this. Cool. So Sean's like, I think my brother comes to see me in this orb. And I'm like, he is your brother, but when you communicate with this orb, don't use the brother's name. Just ask if it's your brother. Because if your brother was 6 months old when he passed, he's not going to know his name. And lo and behold, Sean, you did say that you corroborated that that was your experience with that orb. And here's another funny thing, is that towards the end of the night, after our conversation, I was crossing the road to go home, and I got into this weird trance-like state. And I started telling him, "You're gonna dream again." I said it 3 times, and then I said, "This is your Aunt Annie speaking." So I was channeling his aunt, apparently. And lo and behold, the next day he says he actually dreamt after a long time, which was mind-blowing to me. And then we had a second conversation the second night. Again, the orbs showed up. You know, they did their little dance in the sky. After that experience, so it happens in waves for me. So it'll happen like really intensely, then I'll have a few days off, and then it'll start again. So then a few days later, I was trying to cheer up my wife, so I started dancing like Mr. Bean. There's a Mr. Bean cartoon, and my wife's filming me, look like an absolute ass. The curtains are down, so there's no sunlight coming in, and she films me for about a minute, looking absolutely stupid. Um, she sends me the video, and I think nothing of it. But when I was doing the dance, I could hear this weird ringing in both my ears. It was coming and going from each ear. And then when I look at the video, I was absolutely shocked. There's 4 or 5 white orbs just flying past me. One of them, I shit you not, looks like when I push my arm out, like push my hand out like Iron Man, it looks like there's an orb coming out of my hand. As crazy as that sounds. But I'll share that video with you, Paul, if I haven't already. I've shared it with just a few people because it's embarrassing as hell. And you don't want to see that. So I'm seeing orbs in my house, and then maybe the next night I get this feeling that there's something in my room, and I'm really compelled to take my phone out because certain orbs, if they're close in the house, I can't see them with my eyes. So I pull up my phone, and wow, there's an orb that just comes into the screen. It flies in and out within maybe about 4 seconds. It's perfectly circular. I take screenshots of the orb, and I can't explain what I'm seeing. I'll pop it up in the nest. It looks like the face of a lion or a feline being. And you can, I mean, you can't make this shit up. Like you can see the eyes, you can see the ridge of the nose exactly like a lion or a feline being. You can see the mouth. And I posted it up because anytime I have these experiences, I'm posting shit up in real time. So it's for my sanity and for transparency as well. So then I had that experience. And after that experience, the next day, I actually was able to see orbs in my house with my naked eyes. So I could see them zipping past me. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what you guys want, but these are the playful ones. Some of them are malevolent, some of them are good. And then last night, we went off to this lighthouse called Cape Shank Lighthouse. And I just do my meditations like I normally do. The Joe Dispenza Walk for the World one. And I stood in one spot for like 1 hour, 12 degrees cold. At the end of the meditation, I opened my eyes, and I'm just looking up at the stars, in gratitude. And all of a sudden, I see between 2 stars, I see a really bright craft or an orb manifesting and then turning off. And I was like, what the fuck? It's happening again. So I pulled out my phone and I filmed another one. As soon as I pulled out my phone, there's one that manifests in and out of reality, like instantly saying, yes, we acknowledge that you're here. And while I'm in that area filming on the left, towards the side of, I would say probably from my right side, I could see something kind of casually flying off in the sky. And I was like, what the fuck? I just saw this other orb manifest. So then I'm pulling the camera towards the right, and I'm like, oh my goodness. These things are intelligent. They are absolutely intelligent, and they can 100% read your mind. Like it's funny because people will do the C5 and try and attract whatever turns up, but for me it's like the opposite. When I have put my intention out to try and connect with these beings, nothing happens. As an example, before
Agreed.
the incident with Sean, I meditated in the park for 1 hour, and I kept saying, come on, show yourselves. Nothing happened. I go home, I'm in a meditative state. I get this urge to go out on my balcony, and casually flying by is like this golden orb. And I was like, what the fuck am I seeing? So again, I document it and I put it up. So I'll pop it up in in the nest, Paul. But yeah, you know me, brother. This is
Yeah.
daily thing for you and I and so many of us on here.
Well, I think here's the thing too, right? To add to your point is that like this objective manifestation can only go so far, right? Or if you're thinking about it or focusing too much, it's not really going to have a response because the authenticity of being in the moment is lost within the individual. And I think you're absolutely right. Like we want to we always want to box ourselves into the fact that yeah, like we're having these experiences, and it's like maybe if if I just like have the thought, but like I'm having all this bullshit or like around me or surrounding me, right? And it's gonna happen. It's like it's not gonna happen, right? Like it sucks, but man, dude, like that is the fascinating part about what is happening for a lot of experiencers is that there is a phenomenal aspect where it defies reality and we want to like get in tune with that, but we lose ourselves in the fundamentals where like shit, like it's not responding back, it's not doing this now that I'm super focused. But a lot of experiencers say this, and you guys might think it's magic or bullshit or fuckery, but it's like every time you just like for a second you're believing in it very, very deeply, and then you kind of forget for a second. You're just like, okay, whatever. Like you're just in your own vibe. That's when they show up. And I don't know. I think it's purposeful for a reason. What do you think? What do you think, Parsi? Do you think that that's purposeful? Did Parsi drop? Holy shit! Right? Are you still there? Okay, yeah, you're still there. What do you think? Is that purposeful? Do we kind of like stagnate ourselves by the speculation and the desire, or is this something that is not controllable, but something that is manageable by our own viewing, right? What do you think? Uh-oh, Parsi. He's gone. He's gone. All right, it's all good. Probably working or doing something with the wife. We got Chrissy up here. Chrissy, I know you're an experiencer as well. Are you there? Can you talk? Let me see if I can hear you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear. I know you're an experiencer from hearing you a couple of times. Give me your initial, like, credible, like, sighting or experience. And if you got any pics or vids, toss it up in the pill or the nest. And I want to hear from you. So go ahead, please. That'd be great.
Oh, thank you so very much. So the long and short of it was I was putting away Christmas decorations in February of 22 with my daughter, and we were doing organizing and stuff. And I was babysitting, dog sitting my neighbor's dog while she was in the hospital. So it was getting time. I could only work about four hours a day without having to get lay down for a while because of my back pain and stuff. So it was like somewhere between, I'm going to say 8 o'clock and 9:30, maybe even 7:30 to 9:30. So it's February. I take her out to the part of the apartment lot that I don't normally go to because we were in the basement. But there was ice on the ground, so I had to be careful because I had hurt my knees just a few years prior. I was laid up for 6 months. And so I was a little nervous being on the snow and ice and stuff. And so I was going slow and just watching the dog, have to pick up after her and stuff. And I live in a 3-story apartment, about 33 feet high. And all of a sudden, I would be watching because I got to clean up after her. And all of a sudden, I felt compelled to turn around. And when I turned around, there was this UAP, like now I know it was 45 feet over my head, but it was at the other end of the building, which was 167 feet away. And it was just, I now know it was waiting for me because I did not see, it was like I saw it move from the time I started seeing it. So now I know that it either shows up and appears, or it masks itself or something, because I did not see it come flying in. So I saw it though on the end of the 167 feet. And it took 5 seconds for it to float over my head at 45 feet. The top of the ship looked like a half of an almond because it was over half the building. So I put that ship as possibly 60 feet wide by about 30 feet, 25 to 35 feet in width. And the height of it, I'm going to say it had to be at least 12 to 15 feet. That's something I need help with to measure that. I don't know how to measure that. But the top of the ship was black, and it was variations of black, and the black moved like it was alive. It didn't look like a craft that had like a smooth airplane where everything's all smooth and you rely on the smoothness. The top of the ship moved, and it was profoundly silent. Absolutely, I couldn't hear a thing. I lived a mile away from a very busy interstate that goes around our town called the Beltline, and I'm on a very busy main street here in our little area right here on the river. Pure silence, not even a dog, a cat, a person, a car door, nothing for that 5 seconds. And I have tinnitus, and I believe it took away my tinnitus for that 5 seconds. It was just a profound quiet I have not heard for very long. I've had tinnitus for 50 years, 40, 45 years, something like that. So it's never quiet, but it was so quiet, and I could feel it in my chest. So on the bottom of the ship, though, it was totally flat, and the flat was black, but then it looked like it had cream-colored rectangle lights, but they weren't like spotlights. They were just illumination, like color of light. And so there were 5 of them. I could see 3 clearly and parcels of the other 2. And I think then if it repeats itself on the other side, there would have been probably, I'd have to double that number by the feet of the width of the 60 feet. So anyway, so I watched this thing go over. The dog never saw anything. I know that. She never made a sound. And so it went right straight over my head. So it took me 2 seconds to turn to go around the tree I was standing at. And by the time I did that, it was gone. And that was the last I saw of it. And so I come in the house and I sat down in the basement and I just went, telling my daughter, I just saw a UFO. This is wild. I mean, I just had no emotion. I was as mad. I now know it as maybe matter of fact. I was expecting it to come, but I didn't. When you see an old friend, you're just like someone you haven't seen for a while, but you're glad to see. But yet you're like you don't have to jump up and down. You just know it's there. It's a very hard emotion to explain. So then I started thinking about it after a few weeks. I really kept it to myself for a few weeks. Never really talked about it, but I remembered it. And then I remembered I had done a meditation in the fall of 21. And I met some creature, a being, and offered my assistance as an ambassador. And I said, sure, I would like to do that. So to me, I had forgotten I had done that because I'd only done it like once or twice. And just, I don't dwell on stuff. So I let it go out of my head. And I figured out that, oh my God, I asked them to come and they validated it for me. And so then from there, I've had other things happen, and now I'm getting communication back and forth. And I think that you're right about what you're talking about, the way that they're going to communicate. It's interesting, you do get to know them as a character. I know they have a sense of humor, at least from what I sense, just as if I were to meet somebody through reading a book. The stuff that they communicate to me, I am able to sense the type of character they are. And so far, they've been very funny. They've been a good sense of humor with the whole Astrals remote viewing number 95. They gave me the winning track, but I didn't. I was the lazy one. I didn't think about it more to try to put all my pieces together, and that's another story. But yeah, it's just been a wild thing now to have to be in communication. And hey, I've offered my testimony to Congress through my reps and everything. And so I don't know, after seeing this Lou Elizondo hitting the circuit now. I've only seen one interview. He was just on the Daily Show, I guess, on the 17th. And that's the first I've ever seen of him. He said some very profound things. And he also, I think they're going to make a big movement towards disclosure, whether it be now or in the future. I have no idea how fast the American people are going to allow this to happen, how much the world's going to allow it to happen. But that's just my ideas. But I'm here to help, and I hope we're all here to help because we all know that this is real. And that's the best part. We are all ambassadors. We all know. You have your contact, you have your belief. Yeah, we're part of this, guys. This is it. This is coming.
I agree. Thank you so much for sharing. And it's not always easy sharing, right? Your experience. Standing out here with my wife, looking at the stars. We ponder ourselves about our existence and the complexity of trauma and these experiences. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to say, if you want to add extra to that, that'd be fine. I just want to also just introduce my co-host, Christian. If you want to come up on the mic and respond to that or say anything, that'd be great. I'm gonna light up my little herbal stick of enlightenment. So if you guys can carry on for a second, that'd be great.
Hey, Paul, thanks for having me up. Glad to be here. This is a big deal, man. We've got a lot of evidence, I think as a community here to bring forward and to continue. I've asked a lot of individuals who are close to disclosure, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, what we should continue to do as experiencers um, with our evidence, right? And I've been told to just keep posting it, right? Just keep putting it out there, keep documenting it. We have to keep documenting these things and pushing them out there to bring it more into the public sphere, to get rid of stigma. These things are happening, right? They're happening almost every night. I see orbs almost every single night. I don't really make too big of a deal out of it myself much anymore because they're there all the time. But this is great that everyone's here and we're coming together, right, as experiencers with our evidence and presenting it forward and sharing our experiences with one another. I think it really helps at least validate one another, especially in society, because for so long it's always been, oh, this isn't real, and this is something that crazy person believes in, or just la land. But no, guys, it's here and it's happening, and we've got the proof of it. And I appreciate you, Paul, having me up here and hosting this space for us experiencers to do so. It's very important that this happens and continues to happen. I also see that Sean has his hand up there. If that's all right, Paul, I'll toss it over to Sean.
Yeah, no, definitely. And just real quick, I just want to thank Christian as well for coming up here. I think there's a lot of sincerity that comes from certain individuals, but Christian is one of those people for me. I'm not going to do this too because you know, I don't I don't like to toss people into a pillow of comfort or reliability, but uh, you know, Christian and a couple of other people, Parsi and others, just they've been they've been there for me during my experiences or even past experiences before UFO Twitter and whatnot, and just acknowledge the fact that hey, there's something going on here, and maybe it's this. And it's so funny, like you hear about all these weird, like interpersonal conversations that are even public as well, but you never hear these beautiful, like weird personal conversations that could be posted, if not as much, 10 times more than these weird negative experiences about, like, hey, like, this is crazy. I had a dream, or like, hey, have you seen this? And blah, 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 blah. Like, this stuff just happens on the daily for experiencers, and I think that that's so important to relate to people that you're experiencing this phenomenon with, or that have experienced this phenomenon with, and you can have a critical discussion about it, because a lot of people on the outside think, oh, you just believe in like fairy tales, and it's like, no, it's like actually like we speculate a lot, like actual believers, quote unquote, quote unquote, I don't even think that's an actual thing, really like question the fact that there's something happening and how can we explain it? Like it's just so fucking hard. It's too
Well said.
hard. It's too hard. Kimby, thank you for coming, brother. Love that you're here. Let's toss it to Sean. Sean, let's keep it in the bracket of 2 to 3, and then let's toss it to Kent and Kimby here. Go ahead. Jump in, brother.
If I'm waffling or not making sense, jump in, Paul or Christian or Logan, and tell me. I've just sent you all of the photos from that place that I would prefer not to be named, because I really don't want people to go there, including the last one where someone, I know, a few of us on here know, has cleaned it up and it looks like a face. It's not an orb, it's something appearing out of the wall. But I've sent you the green orb, the white orb, some blue orbs, and some purple orbs. And I wanted to speak quickly. Somebody tell me the time. I don't want to waffle on. The bit about perception, but I don't know if anybody's a Simpsons fan. There's an episode of The Simpsons where Homer's guardian angel appears, and Homer's guardian angel is an SS officer from a comedy that I'm old enough to remember. It was like a German prisoner of war camp, and it was funny. And Buddhists like myself believe that the individual perceptions of the people who are doing the experiencing has an impact on it. So does the hard Western science. You think of the atom going through the thing, and I will, sorry, land it there. Just one other thing I wanted to say: the stuff I cannot talk about, but sorry, the orb. So I'm saying the one I've seen as a child might have been my brother. The orbs I'm seeing at the moment, I believe, are elemental spirits of nature. Rome, I believe this. I'm friendly with a witch, not a First Nations witch. I think medicine women, healing shamans, something like that. They believe in elemental spirits. I used to be friendly with a New Age druid who's no longer with us. They believe in elemental spirits. So personally, I think the orbs that I'm seeing at the minute are, excuse me, elemental spirits, and the presence that I've felt, and I've discussed with some of you here, is something else. But there are things I literally can't talk about, and I'll land it there. Oh, sorry. Pop, my apologies. Sorry, UFO host. Paul, I jumped out. I sent you those individually. I'm still not 100% with that. So I don't know if you want to combine them together, have a look, but stick the green one, the white one, a purple one, and a blue one there. But please stick the last one where it actually appears to show the face coming out, and I'll land it there.
No, yeah, definitely. So he's saying basically, he sent me some pics over and talking about your experience. I agree, honestly, Sean. It's like the deeper you're kind of like going into the experience outside of just listening to the experience, things change within that. I don't know how to explain it, really. I'm not qualified or even smart enough to try to express that, but I think you are hitting on to something here, Sean, with that. So I really do appreciate your story. Again, your picture there in that corner area of fucking concrete stone creeps me the fuck out, but I still respect it because it kind of shows an aspect of the phenomenon that really seems like it's nefarious. So I'll land it there, Sean. I hope you're okay, by the way. Just sending you out the good love because holy shit, did I know this was gonna happen tonight. We're gonna open up a couple of wounds, right, with these experiences, regardless. But I'm glad and I'm grateful for Sean and others in Parsi and whatnot, opening up their perception to getting the message out there, regardless of how painful it is to relive and retell these stories. Like it's never fun, right? But it's kind of what you got to do. I mean, this is like the whole like shtick, right? Like it's kind of people think the shtick is like, oh, like how can I be a podcaster? How can I like or retweet like a podcaster's thing or like an article or go like be on the floor of like a Congress like hearing? Like no, like that's not what it's about. It's about just being human. That's the phenomena. I'm always gonna say that. Sorry, guys. I don't care how much that annoys you. It's like it's about being human. The UFOs are us, regardless. Like an extension of us, right? So even if it's another branch of evolution or life or blah 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 blah, like even if it's from another planet, but like that doesn't even matter. Like even if it's interplanet, interdimensional, or demons or angels, it's like it's still something outside that shows the capability, but that can show you the possibility, even if it's intentional or not intentional. And I'll land it there. Um, yeah, Christian, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's, it's spot on. We've all got our individual journeys, right? And how we interpret things and our own perception is personal. It's a very personal thing. So everybody's 100% entitled to how they perceive things. Paul and myself and Logan and many others in this room that I see right now, we're never here to, define anybody else's perception or reality for them. We're only here to speculate and, try to validate individuals and their experiences because, um, like I said, for too long, people have been denied aspects of themselves and aspects of their reality, and we're not going to do that anymore. We're just not. This is a new world, and we accept you guys just as much as we need to accept ourselves and our experiences. So that's what I'm here for, and I know that that's what Paul's here for as well. And so is Logan. It's great to see you, Logan. I haven't heard Logan say anything. Is it all right if I call on Logan there, Paul?
Yes, I fucking love Logan. Jump in here. God damn it. Logan, Logan, Logan. Don't tell me you got the dog out. God
Co-host
damn
going
it.
to sleep there, Spidey?
Honestly, I respect it if he did because a lot of you might not know Logan, but talk about like the guy that you just really know as a nice guy is interested. He's interested. He's not an experiencer like on the quote unquote fundamental level, but his curiosity and his mind, the way he approaches this topic is it's always been fascinating to me, and I think that's to me, maybe not everybody else, maybe Christian, I might relate to this because we've had a deeper connection there, but it's just like this. It's just he has a very human response to the phenomenon, and I love that so much. It's a genuine curiosity, but with the level of discernment and understanding that you would expect in someone.
Is this the Logan
That's
that was shot, Spidey? Or a different Logan? There's like 3 Logans that I know.
oh shit. Yeah, that's probably somebody else.
Okay.
This is Logan P.
I apologize.
Logan P. You've talked to him too before, Randy, but it's just his PFP changes quite a bit. Anyways, he's probably asleep. But I'm just saying, it's like outside of that, outside of complimenting our good friend Logan here, that's kind of still on topic to the discussion of the phenomena and why it should teach you how to be a little more civilized. I mean, I think we could all agree upon that. We got non-cred back up here. He got excited. He needed to grab the mic. I love it. Non-cred,
Yo,
what's good?
I bumped it. I bumped it when I was watching trashy Twitter videos.
I love it.
What's up, y'all?
Good dog. What do you think? I mean, come on.
He popped into another
Logan's a good
space.
homie. This shit. Look, so this
Logan's
shit's
dope.
real.
I just wish like I saw him more. Like that's my biggest complaint about
Well,
Logan.
but you know what? That's what cool people do, non-cred. God damn, they actually do the science and have to go to sleep early. God damn. Who knew? Shit.
I'm sorry. Well,
Sleep's
hopefully,
overrated.
yeah,
So
no
Logan,
sleep till disclosure. Oh wait, or is that supposed to be Brooklyn? I don't know. It's the same thing.
no, I dig it. I agree though. No, it's so true. It's I mean on both sides though too. It's just that I don't know, man. Like I think like we need to try to stop like this. And I'm gonna do it in my experience or space. I think we need to stop like this polarizing labeling of the topic. By even just how we interact with personal issues on here. I mean that for the whatever that means for any of you, but I mean that in a sincere kind way. I want people to set aside their differences. I don't know how that's possible, and there's probably no one that can make that happen. But that's
I mean,
probably the hopeless romantic in me. Maybe the indoctrinated Christian that is a demon trying to live in my hopeful stance of life, right? Who knows?
let me break out the Bob Dylan real quick, right? Like change, like change is coming, but it's a slow train coming, right? Like it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a lot of work,
I
a lot of
all
effort.
I heard was a whiny, high pitched vocal line in my head, and it, honestly, just the message came through, but the tone it hurt my ear for a little bit thinking
The
about
the
All right,
train's
then
not coming. The train's not coming. It was derailed
Sorry.
years ago.
just go look up the "I'm Not There"
No,
soundtrack.
but
It's all Bob
yeah,
Dylan's
but
best songs performed by
Bob
people
Dylan
who actually can sing.
Bob Dylan was the original emo singer, is what I'm trying to convey.
I mean, I don't know. Some people say he sold his soul to the devil, but he also says that felt the hands of Jesus on him while he was alone in a hotel room before writing a trifecta of very inspiring
Not
albums,
non
gospel
non
albums,
cred
quote, truth to power.
non cred. Have you considered the fact that maybe that common belief in that system is maybe not even by the individual, but by our development and perception of how we control our resources, right? So, for instance, I mean, come on, like if you really think you can achieve that and you're gonna like just do whatever you can say, like, but I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Come on, I know you know what I'm alluding to. What do you think about that? Like, come on, it's
I
just
mean,
it doesn't make sense to me.
are you talking about like our like raised perceptions kind of like affect the
Yes,
phenomenon? Yeah,
yes.
yeah, right. Because like, I mean, if that happened to me or you, right, like maybe we wouldn't interpret it as the hands of Jesus. Maybe we'd think it's something else. But like whatever it was, you felt something on him.
I find it interesting how the Western civilization follows the Egyptian philosophy. He who dies with the most gets the most, and those in the East believe the other philosophy: he who dies with the least gets the most.
Low key, Kent. Sometimes you drop some truth bombs, and I always appreciate it. So thank you.
Oh, I
Nothing
like.
to teach you more about humility and the worth of things than losing everything, Paul. No, there's when
Love it, man.
people think that they've lost, but it's a bipolar thing. The more you have, the more you miss it when you lose it, until you realize that it wasn't worth shit in the first place, and then you can sort of learn from it. You know.
I'd rather have 10
Is
guns
this
than 5.
it? Is this a if you don't use it you lose it type of? Okay, all right.
I don't know. Like, it depends how long you've been married, I suppose.
I love you, Kent. Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, I just
I
wanted
managed to
to.
get that out just as the wife walked in. Lucky she didn't hear me.
Got lucky on that one, Kent.
Yeah, yeah. That would have been timeout time for Kent too. So just saying, I took it like a champ, but we've all been there, fellas. So just you know, take a little time to the wives out there. Just shout out. Okay, go ahead, Christian.
All good, all good. Yeah. I just wanted to toot Kent's horn for a minute, just because I wanted to say that I appreciate his view on the phenomena being reflective in the sense of that species possibly from another place aren't allowed to do anything to us that we don't already do to ourselves. I wanted to throw that out there because I really appreciate that idealism. I think that it's very important to remember throughout all aspects of the phenomena, because we deal with so many different aspects of it, that we haven't really heard any stories about things that human beings haven't already done to one another in some sort of way. And if we look at it that way, right, then we could try to maybe change our behavior a little bit, in the sense of trying to act a little bit more, I mean, it's a silly word, but humane to one another, right? I just wanted to say that about Kent. So thanks, Kent, for being here. It's good to see you, brother.
Damn.
Just a quick response, Christian. Yeah, look, I love you too, mate. I was trying to think of something that could apply to every species throughout the universe. If there's because we know they're interacting with us, we know that, and they talk about this agreement with the government. I'm still on that could be horseshit, but the point I want to make is this: if that is the universal rule that you cannot do unto a species that which it does not do unto itself, we're fine. Like, there's no rules left. Like, we've done everything to each other, so we can't excuse anything doing anything to us. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
That's actually a very scary thought, Kent. Wow.
I just want to say this real quick because this is a very enticing, like, it's more like a fluctuation. Like, I love, honestly, that all the experiencers came even into the listener section tonight. But maybe sometime even in the future, guys, if you guys want to come up and tell your story or whatnot in our spaces, that'd be great because I'm seeing a lot of you down there, and I know it's just how do you make the time, right? When you're talking about this almost every day, but you're trying to separate the advocacy of making this something that should be known to the common public, right? But you also don't want to live there too all the time because you're not being in the moment, and that's kind of the message that I really wanted to put out tonight with this space is that like we don't really live in the moment with capturing this too. We kind of get lucky, some of us, and maybe that's the message too. What I've noticed with a lot of experiencers, it's always like this foreshadowing message of what you can do better. And that's why I've always said that's why we can comprehend like the plasmoids or like the metallic plasmoid daytime spheres and this technology because it's the closest thing we can understand in terms of physics and mathematics right now, and that I think that all this other shit like we haven't gotten to yet that we still kind of have seen, and just it's never ending in my opinion. What do you guys what do you think about that, Ken? Do you think like the cycles end at some point if there's a resolution, or do you think the pattern of life exists within certain genetic or certain like individuals? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's ample, if it depends on what people believe, but there's ample evidence that there's been multiple advanced civilizations on Earth over the time it's been here. I mean, people think you're trivializing life when you say this, but I'm sorry, but the thing that makes the most sense is that this is an experiment in mortality by a group of immortal spirits who are trying to learn how to appreciate immortality, and that each life can be 1 second, 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 year, or 100 years, but every one of them significant because it's another step towards the ultimate ascension. As far as the physical parameters on Earth go, the thing that scares me the most, honestly, and I don't get scared by much, is the thought that, if we are part of an experiment, a self created experiment for our own kind, and if we don't get the message that we need to wipe the slate clean, shall we say, and start again. And that could be in the guise of a gigantic meteor hitting us or a gigantic earthquake or whatever. And the whole point being, yeah, guys, you didn't get it this time. Start again. Yeah, I hope not. I hope we do get it.
Totally agree. It's honestly sad because I think that a lot. But honestly, that was probably very inspirational for a lot of people. I think this unity, like come together thing, like it's not as much as like a fucking diminishing aspect that people kind of want to box it into, but whatever, right? We got, is it Delphinity? Go ahead. You got your hand up.
Hi, y'all. How are you? How's everybody?
We are good. We're talking about UFOs and everything outside of that. And if you got any data or pictures or videos, please share because that's what this space is for. So go ahead.
I do, and I have, and I've been there, done that. So right now, I'm going to start deleting stuff because I need the room for a little movie I'm creating with all of them. But I would like to share because I knew this would be the space that would allow me to talk without insulting my integrity. And I am a holy person. I do believe in God, and God did tell me just on 9/19, 2024, which was about what, a few days ago. And I have been having to sit and sit and sit since, well, probably when I was born, I knew what was existing. But that's how, when people can see things like words and pictures in clouds on certain dates, like maybe accidentally on purpose when I was coming home from Cancun, Mexico one time. And it might be important to where we are right now. So I thought I would quietly just share that with y'all because nobody else that would even talk to me, you know.
I love it. This is what I was hoping for all freaking day tonight, like for it to happen. Somebody come in, be genuine, tell your story, share what you have, and that's what we want. I love it. Go ahead, please continue.
Okay, well, it's me and my little story only. I don't know why all the big people that could produce the movie won't talk to me, but I just told them again. So I'm tired of talking and I'm tired of typing when now I used to be able to get people to respond. And now I had a check mark and I still do. So I just asked Elon himself for something just in a post. I don't even think it posted because I don't exist. When I know the girl that is at I don't exist enough. I mean, she talked to me one time and that was really crazy. And it was about a little film right here on my porch that I was filming on a Sunday. But I'm going to go back to my little family, which was me, my husband at that time, which became my ex, and another time I divorced him. But anyway, that's not our problem. At this time, it was the 4 year only mark where he did not drink. So I spent $5,000 from a girl that barely made 5,000, and this year, just so you know, and you're clear, I have earned $600 plus a few bucks on a little store I have with some dresses that I was sewing, peasant dresses, during the first year, 2 years ago, that I got on here in a little space called Trump Frog. And I was just listening at first because his was the first space and he invited me. But since then, man, even in there, I jumped out to Maze Love. Can y'all believe that? Maze Love from Trump Frog, a girl that didn't even know what spaces was. And just for information on that about spaces, nobody bothered to tell me the little red blinking mark up there. Well, who would? Because I didn't even know about it until after I already done said things. But they were only my story. But unfortunately, it was also my son's story because it was an emotional time for me. But I'm going to tell a good story and a happy story for all of my four original only mine people. We were flying from Cancun after a lovely 10-day vacation that I paid for. And that was fine because, we were a family. And we were flying home. But during it, I bought two little Moroccan, those little shaky things that you use for like Jamaican type of music, that kind of thing. And yeah, I wrote the name or the date and the trip on it. And recently, for some reason, I started researching my heritage and my DNA, all the way up to just the books that I had. And bonus, I found what are they called? Caracas or whatever they are. They're yellow with a bunch of palm trees. And I wrote 1997. And conveniently, when I got home, I was riding next to the window in the plane and I saw two people, and one was actually JFK, and the other one was Jackie O. Nassus Kennedy.
Oh
Anyway,
shit.
yeah, all the way back to Texas from Cancun. Can you believe that? In a plane. And they just
Oh my
followed
god.
me. And I always see people in clouds. I told y'all that a long time ago. But
Synchronicities.
my grandma Ella Anna, she taught me, and I know she's in me because I just remembered just a couple of days ago that my grandpa, when he died, I was there, and the day before, I was there, but that day is when he looked right through my soul and he called me Ella. So yeah, she is one of my souls. That's one of my millions. Obviously, they think, or at least I believe, I'm on the maybe last 10 because I've been hurt so bad over this 60 years of mine, and I look older than my 85-year-old mother, who I just gave her 85th birthday last night because I was on a little extended stay situation that I'll tell y'all another time, or maybe in another space. But we're flying back. We get home to my mother in law's house, of course, and I told her the story because I always got to tell her a lot of stories. But the next morning, she called me and said, "Girl, you know what you told me about the clouds and Jackie?" I said, "Yeah, why?" She said, "He died in a plane crash last night." I said, "Oh, well, I'm not surprised. What about it?" He said, "He died in a plane crash." I said, "No, he didn't. They were going, what?" And it blew my head up, y'all. And I mean, I liked him since he was a little boy, standing there. I thought, that's me, except I don't have the crowds. It's my family crowd, and they don't even notice me. And I know I noticed him just standing there like all proud. And that's when I said, he is me, except he has everybody's attention. And I am me in that little type of dress he had on, except it's a navy blue one. Now, how could I remember the first time I accidentally, on purpose, had to get my stomach pumped out at 2 when my daddy's walking me up to the hospital I was born in? And I know he's walking me there because he did take me to the hospital that night. But why is not important. I thought it was for the same reason when you have fever. My mama gave me 2 baby aspirins and they tasted like candy. So when she threw me in the closet after something, we were playing with a doctor kit with clothes on, and she came in here and shame on y'all. Well, that was her best friend, and her little uh, problem. He was my best friend too, but he was, he chose a different. Uh, Never mind. It didn't matter. She threw me in the damn closet, and she always thought that was funny. I did not that time because she told me just wait till your daddy gets home. Well, I snuck out when she was taking them out because she was way pregnant with my baby sister. How would I know that? How could I remember all the way back to 2? I mean, just 60 years ago, minus 2. Anyway, I know exactly. And I climbed up there and ate on my potty chair that was a hand me down from my big sister. Or no, my big brother wouldn't have peed in that. They would have lifted it up and hold him because he was a spoiled brat. That's why I was also a boy. So I can also discuss how to be transgender without surgery. It's having the first boy that is the special one, and I'm the boy girl that never had any surgery. I mean, unless it was stitches from him, the boy. Yeah, he was my terrorist that I grew up with all the way till now, except for the last year I hadn't seen him. But that's okay. He's probably not walking. That's why I don't see him anymore. But the story is that's how I see things. And a little recent trip, I'll just mention one thing I saw at a place that I cannot believe I survived it, but I did flip that script and I started enjoying it because it was paid for by mm, this administration. I hate to say it. And that was because last summer I had something and I didn't know for 3 months because the diagnosis was 5 months. But hey, I got it just in time to have a colonoscopy and nothing about the liver problem. But hey, I guess I'm fine. But I was laying on a picnic table in a prison like situation where you had to smoke just to go outside. And there were so many people in there. Y'all, if y'all only knew the experiences, this little farmer rancher, girl that only when daddy needed me to be a girl, to be a beauty queen when he needed a beauty queen, or he thought I didn't need to go to college. He wouldn't even fill out the FAFSA because he said, "Girl, you are a beauty queen. Why don't you just wait and get the husband to take care of you? Because you're beautiful, even more beautiful now that you got the crown." And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" That's okay though. Somehow I learned how to go to college for free and be paid for it. That's not the subject of this this space. So I'm just
No,
telling y'all.
I was gonna say, yeah, you should land soon
I
here
am.
because we can.
I'm landed right there because I did go, and
Thank
unfortunately,
you.
I was the most successful one, and that's probably why I got there to a little
I
hotel
love it.
motel. And I was just fine, and I made it fun. But now their life will not be quiet because on 9/19, I'm going to tell y'all this: my God, with my Jesus doll that I made with my son's arms, was laying on my chest for about a long time until I decided, and God, I finally went to sleep, and God woke me up and said, "Get up, get outside on your land, which is just outside, right over there." And He had the moon shining above that spotlighted me, the drama queen. How could that be? It did happen. 919, 3:05 a.m. in Texas. That's when He woke me up, and He said loudly, "Get up now and start telling everybody in the world today, right now, on the blood moon night when I'm spotlighting you, start screaming your truth." And I did. And I woke up the whole damn neighborhood. I mean, I thought there was drones flying over here to kill me. Now I'm realizing that the helicopters that did come the next day, they was hovering to protect me. So I'm nobody. I am nobody. I don't exist over here anyway. The only one that would come, well, the last thing she said was, "I don't care. Get a damn lawyer." And that's just one of the baby sisters that took me to this little place. Yeah. So, Yeah, I have an attitude that's not kind, but I have been kind to them, and I spent all my damn money. I have less than nothing, but I do have a little gift money left. And bonus, I got a little
What
extra
what what what
today
is it though that what is it though that you're pointing the finger to here though? Like
to
you got to
me.
be a little more specific
I am
about that.
pointing it to me, telling y'all that I have known things and I learned more on the drugs that I was forced to be on while I was there. And by the nighttime, when I was trying to stay awake and eat every damn thing I could think of to absorb it from killing me, I had been off of any kind of medicine, not even a damn Tylenol, nothing, since November 1st of last year. And guess when I got the healthiest and the most healed? I'd already been healed spiritually, and I was healing my mama spiritually from something that even my baby sister was standing there. And conveniently for me, there was a time that I could not remember. Oh, and at the most perfect time now, because on this phone, I got so many recordings and just videos of all the things I have seen that I would share now, but I just can't. I'm sick of sharing. I'm sick of giving to everybody. Y'all, I never even loved myself enough to keep enough money for myself. When my son needed me, he lost the life of the wife that was going to be, and I saw the baby and the wife on the slab, not even in a coffin. No, I had to see two people that I loved recently. And one was my father, who served in Guam during the Navy. He was never even on a boat, he was in the office. And when I was in the hotel, I was in the room with a girl from the Philippines. And I said, "Hey, where is Guam anyway?" All I got was I had a shared towel from the beach of Guam with a big dolphin on it. She said, "Well, it's in the Philippines." I said, "Well, where's Guam?" And she said, "It's in the Philippines." I said, "Is that where you're from?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Well, maybe I should go there now." I never knew that. I just thought Guam was somewhere in the China area, but I didn't know because I wish I would have talked to him more. But he was busy talking to the boy that I loved. And that's when he let me sleep finally. And he paid for everything in my life, even my mom and dad's. And he died 4 years ago, yesterday. And that's why I can't talk anymore. I land.
Thank you, Delphinity.
That was amazing.
I know that's difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I lost my father probably about 6 years ago in January. It's a very hard thing to have to go through, but I want you to know that we appreciate you being here with us and telling us and sharing that with us because it's important to let those things out. So thank you for being here. We really, truly appreciate it. And I wanted to tell you another thing. I had some synchronicity while you were speaking. I had some deja vu, all right, while you were speaking. So just, I want you to know that your father is always with you, all right, no matter where you go. And I know you know that, but I just want you to hear me say it, that he's with you always. So thank you for being here, hon. We appreciate you.
I agree with that, by the way.
Thank you
Just
so
saying that.
much. And by the way, my mama, she's still alive. And I'm going to just share this because I have to since he told me God did. My sisters are evicting me from the house that I won single-handedly with my boy, my boyfriend, and my mama helping me. And while she slept, I painted. And they couldn't even change her diapers. And that's the only reason I came back about the fourth time they kicked me out over stupid stuff. But I'm still going there by myself. And last night I wanted to add, me and her finally got to have her birthday party, which was on August 19th. And I did it last night because I couldn't speak anymore on 919. But that was a different subject. But me and her, we had a $20 birthday party, and she ate almost all of the fried shrimp, which I just picked up for myself, and I shared it with her. And she ate all of that and some Pringles because that's what she used to do. I wouldn't eat them, but I did eat them with her, and a payday and a $1 lottery ticket that no, we didn't win anything, but the numbers did add up to seven. That wasn't a seven, and that was a $7 or $1 seven card. But we also got a little extra, toy, and I gave her a beautiful little angel, a little $8 angel with the August, green birthstone and a little light up thing that you can turn off and turn on. And I just had so much fun. I cried all the way home. And she loved me. And she does love me. And I do heal her. But last
I love
night
that.
she was almost sleeping. But that's all. Thank y'all. I love you. I'm signing off. I love you all. And we're gonna win. We just gotta hold on. And I know exactly how many people are helping me, or else I couldn't be this happy to do this. Because I'm good. Thank you for letting me talk. I
Thank you,
appreciate
thank
it.
you. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. No, I agree. This is why, like, regardless of how tangential we can get sometimes, that just shows you really at the end of the day that there's something happening here, and it's like, why doesn't it make us like fucking go off, right? Like, why does it make us start to ponder all these extra thoughts in our heads that we never thought would be possible? Um, almost like I said earlier, like it's almost like magic. It's like, what? Like, you get a glimpse of the illusion, and then like there's the aspect too that I've experienced lately too of not experiencing it, and it feels blank, but at the same time that's probably necessary. I think this is why I don't think people should over focus themselves or their emotions on this phenomenon entirely all the time, because it's not like there's like a cynical aspect to that trying to manipulate you, but it's more just part of just being in the moment. Like I said, like a spiritual content being. It's not about like thinking about what you could have done in the past or in the future. It's just about being here, being now. It gets a lot more complicated. I think that's probably where the phenomenon lies with how it interacts with us. Um, I think a lot of the experiences here can relate that anytime they've gotten in touch with themselves on that level, or they let go of either this total pain or ambition or whatever, like something presents itself. It doesn't just have to be the lights in the sky, but that feeling in your heart. And I felt it too while seeing these lights before. So it makes me wonder how coalesced these things are. I don't know.
We also have my sister Ursula up here.
Ursula, do you have
Ursula,
your
how
hand
are
up?
you tonight?
Jump in, please. Yes, I love the videos you posted, by the way. Thank you for sharing that. Fucking love those. Amazing orbs, as always. Christian, I'm surprised you haven't posted any. How about we throw the how about we throw the space some content here? I'll spam it. Christian, you take over, and you guys can take a look at some of the stuff we've documented. You guys be the judge here. Go ahead, Christian.
Sorry, can I just quickly? Sorry, Paul.
Sean.
I
Yeah,
meant what.
what's good?
Yeah, no, I meant what I said. I'm quite happy. I don't know how to put multiple photos together for you to stick those orbs. And the thing that's been enhanced coming out of the wall, which appears to show a face inside it. As I said, I just don't want to say where it is because it is a real bad place. And those are just examples. We have a data stick lying about somewhere with the original photographs. Those are just my phone. But if you want to have a look, as I said, I'm perfectly happy for you to share. And sorry to jump in and I'll land it.
No, yeah, definitely. I understand what you're saying. I will review that and take a look at it here so we can make sure we share the correct information. If you want to send that to me right now, that'd be fine. Um, yeah, Ursula, sorry, Christian, you are right. She did have her hand up. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my phone. Go ahead, Ursula.
Oh, I was just gonna say thank you for letting me speak again. I think Christian wasn't here when I told a little bit about one of my stories. Um, I I mean, there's I posted some more videos up there. Those are all some of the ones are just in my highlights. There's more. I also have other ones, but I can't find them. I don't know why they're missing from my phone, but um yeah, so those are some of the ones that I've seen, and I never see these alone, so I always see them with my family. I just thought if people want to see more, that's up on top. And I just want to say thank you, Paul and Christian, and I think Logan's asleep. But anyway, I hope everything's working out well for you, Christian. I hope your family's safe. Just want to say thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Ursula. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're all good here. Last night was pretty rough. Yeah, we were every hour on the hour a tornado warning. So when you call it, we were hunkered down for quite a bit. There was at one point in time that we had like 6 different cones around us saying like, get to shelter. So we were lucky. We didn't lose power. You know what I mean? Either, but it got pretty rough here. The wind was pretty bad. Um, but we're good. So thank you,
Glad you're
Ursula. I
okay,
really
man.
appreciate it. What's that? Sorry,
I
Paul.
said I'm glad you're okay, man. Jesus, this storm is just sucks, dude. For so many reasons.
Yeah. It's wild, Paul. I mean, we talk about like, all the other states right now that are getting kind of decimated at the moment. You know what I mean? I know in some of my older experiencer spaces, a lot of us experiencers, I think that we have a little bit more connection to the collective consciousness or the energies. I think it'd be a good idea for everybody to kind of send some energy, that way for
Yes.
everybody who's been affected. You know what I mean? I think that
Yeah.
would be a good thing to do because these people need a lot of help. And of course the government's doing what it does, so which isn't really helping all that
Well,
much.
well,
So
well. Look at the indoctrination. It's a retirement state, right? You got all these, sorry to say, older retiree folk that live in that area, and a lot of them live on the coastal side of Florida and even like the other southern states like South and North Carolina and whatnot. Like all of these states, like have to suffer the consequence of that, and it almost seems not played out really, because you can be very conspiratorial with that, but just it seems like it's obvious that's what's happening. Like it seems like all of you guys have seen. I'm sure of these like retirement looking homes or apartments or condos or whatever there in Florida, and they're always on the coastline or they're like, and they get flooded in, and about 29 to 30 people have already died, within the past day or so there, and that's terrible. It's really terrible. So
yeah, well, I mean, it's unacceptable, right? It's unacceptable. We're supposed to be like we always tout ourselves as the greatest nation in the world, but we don't do very much to help our elderly and our poor and our sick. And it's not right. And as far as I'm concerned, none of those people should have died. Not one of them. Um, we have to do better, guys. We really do.
yeah, I say it all the time. Much like the way people perceive maybe social media, I think real life plays a true aspect as our development from history. So look at this, like now that we have more of a succinct perception of how we're interacting with each other because of how social media tracks things and how you can record everything or see clips of everything or hear clips of everything. I just think that we're stuck in confliction at the moment. And I've been saying I think the phenomena or whatever collective consciousness that we're trying to get to the next level with is really having an issue with letting the collective consciousness enter that acceptance. And I think the ones that have the acceptance or these experiences are the ones that understand that we don't understand. And I think that that's paradoxical. We can't explain that because it goes both ways. Like, how do we fix that, guys? Like, I don't understand. I want these experiences to be validated, and I want everybody to share what evidence they have. But will this make an impact? And I really hope it does. Honestly, yeah, Christian.
I just want to say my son was one of those that had died, and we never got answers for the
So
cause of.
sorry, Randy.
Thank you, Paul. And never got answers for the cause of his death. And just like you're saying, the homeless, the poor, and the vets. I've heard stories of vets that have waited so long to see a doctor. You know, and it's like they can't just go see a regular doctor, and they've actually like died in their car later on from lack of care. The VA is such a slow working mechanism. People are dying in the waiting room, and it's like we owe these vets more than that. You know, these guys put their lives on the line for us, and this is how they're treated. This is the kind of care that they're getting when the politicians are getting.
I agree.
Yeah, politicians are getting great health care, and these vets are like committing suicide because they have no other avenue to go to. Everyone's turns their back on them. It sucks.
You want to know why, Randy, though, is what I was saying, the indoctrination. It doesn't have to come through your parents or from you or anybody. It's the establishment. When you look at, like, holy shit, like, look at the media, look at the video games, look at the movies, look at all the art and everything that encapsulates that. It's all from a controlled aspect. Like, why do you think, like, you don't see somebody that you'll see like in a great local screenplay or like theater, or like local band or anything? Like, you don't see that at the forefront of media, right? But it's the same aspect of how we share this information here. What we're talking about, like, it sucks, man, that these experiences get tossed to the bottom because it's not as exciting as the mystery, right? Once the truth gets revealed. Why is that, right?
So true. Once they get the truth, they so quickly move on.
Exactly. And I don't even care that people are pondering right now. This is like this is why I want to do these spaces, just to clarify for people now. Like, I really am tired of the fact that there's an aspect to this phenomenon that doesn't just coincide the experience, it's the after effect within our minds that we don't control sometimes. I can say with confidently within myself, and everybody in this room who's been a part of UFO Twitter can attest that we don't spend a lot of time trying to help ourselves with understanding this or being in the moment sometimes with our family. Yes, some of us have that balance, but not all of us, and I think that that's important to highlight. Uh, and we need somebody smarter than me or somebody else to point that out, that hey, like, we need to take time to focus on ourselves sometimes, even as interesting as these conversations are. And that's the real phenomena. That's the trauma of not understanding too. And I think that's why a lot of us here who've lost people have pretty much talked about having sightings associated to that. So it's not just death, is my point, but I think it's relevant to our of our frustration and our loss of and of life and grief and everything. Like, I think the phenomena is everything we don't understand and pieces of it that we could conceptualize. And the more we can fundamentalize those ideas, the more we're in tune with it as a collective. I'll end it there.
Yeah, very interesting times we're living in now, you know. And I think as this comes more to the forefront, also more people, I mean, it's going to start ramping up more and more and more. You know, I've never met so many people in my life that are seeing these things also, like on almost a nightly basis. And just another little tidbit to add into the conversation here, maybe to kind of chat about, is that it seems like the first time that the phenomena really truly like manifested itself for myself when I was hosting my experiencer spaces as well is when we were healing in some way from trauma, or we were sending our energy to help heal another individual. And that's when it seems like the phenomena presents itself the most, is when we're either speaking about our traumas, or we're almost, it's like transmuting energy. And it was 40 of them showed up, 40 orbs across myself, Nathaniel, and Parsi. All three of us at the same time saw this. And I just think that that's another interesting point, that it's almost like they come to witness growth, or this transmutation of energy within yourself and others. It could be the consciousness itself. I mean, the speculation is endless. But I'm comfortable with not knowing. But I do know that something's happening, and it's quite incredible, and I'm here for it.
And I think we're honestly somehow, not we like as in me or you, Christian, but a lot of us experiencers as a whole, right? I think there's that, and I hate to say it, and I've said this before, I hate to say the hitchhiker effect because it has such a negative connotation. But however you want to interpret that concept as a formality to the phenomenon being more prevalent, but relevant to how it started, is just really it's always going to be here, and you just have to understand, hey, this isn't about judging myself, this isn't about judging reality, this is about the patterns. I told somebody this recently. I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, I don't care, but what if the patterns showed you as an experiencer? That's the most important message you can get. It sounds so fucking crazy. I don't even know if anybody understands that, really. But I know there's a lot of experiences here. Um, what are the patterns with the phenomena telling you? I think these are where
Paul,
the
sorry, Paul,
conversations. Yeah.
Paul, sorry to steam in. I just faded out, and I started listening to what you were saying there, and I just totally blanked it, despite the fact I was trying to listen to you. I'm really sorry. Could I ask you to repeat what you just said? 1,000 apologies, but I'd be really grateful if you did. Sorry, landed. As I said, literally, I was listening, and it just blanked from my head what you said, and it strikes me as significant, and I'd be really grateful if you'd repeat it, and I'll
Sorry,
land it there.
I'm lighting something up right now. I forgot what I said, to be honest. I have two
Oh,
hands. What was I saying? Sorry.
yeah, I got you. Paul was saying, pay attention to the patterns of the phenomena and what the patterns of the phenomena
Yes.
are telling you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Subliminal messages, basically, is kind of like the thing I'm saying, but also synchronicities, right? Like it's meant to be, but also like it's like, hey, a forewarning, or it's like almost like, yeah, your intuition. Like you never know, but it's kind of like the same thing always. I don't know where I was going with it, but I feel like the fact that it raises a speculation. It makes me feel comforted somehow. Christian, come on, jump in.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, for me, the phenomena and what the patterns have shown me or within myself is that experiencers need help. All of you guys who are experiencers, we need help. We need help as in, we need to be able to come together and we need to be able to validate one another because we've lived in a world that has, like I said before, denied our own very reality for a very long time. And that's not okay. And, I have to preface this with saying that, no matter what, as long as we're not imposing our will in a negative way on other individuals with our experiences, that no matter what, you could tell me that the sky was purple and I would validate you. You know what I mean? Because I'm not here to tell you otherwise. But that is what the phenomena has represented to me, is that we have to come together and experiencers need to be validated and need to be healed. We need to be healing one another through this validation because we're special people.
Facts.
We are. We know, we see these synchronicities like you speak on, Paul. We're extremely empathic individuals. And that is what the world needs to be able to heal. So, first and foremost, us experiencers need to be validated and come into a place where we can embrace our true selves. And that's what the patterns of the phenomena showed for me.
Exactly. It's the exposing of vulnerability. And it sucks. I think that's probably why me and Christian connect a lot. It's like there's an aspect of performance
Yeah,
that
Christian, dude,
comes
you're right, bro.
into like,
Because it divided the country.
hold on, what the hell? You cut off, and also I didn't even mute you, but you cut off, but you interrupted me. It was the gods working in my favor. I didn't mute him, by the way. That was strange. Christian, I was saying, you get it right as like
All the time. And these spaces are crazy, man.
okay. Anyways, let me finish my thought here. Christian, I'm sure you can understand this, right? The art of performance, right? There's an advocacy there, right? That is so vulnerable. I mean, is that not true with this phenomenon as well?
Yeah, I mean, yes. What do you call it? I mean, I can't tell you how many times somebody says that it's reflecting what they're feeling or what their mental state is. I've heard that so many times over and over and over. And it's only, I think, when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable in this world that has been almost designed to take that vulnerability away and hide it, right? Since we know as experiencers how to be vulnerable and empathic, like I said, that is what the world needs to relearn. We need to relearn how to be vulnerable with one another. We have to be vulnerable and be able to accept our hurts, right? The hurts that have happened to us in this world. It's something that we have to come to terms with as a species. And once we've come to that point where we can at least acknowledge it, we can start the healing process as a species, no matter black, white, no matter where you come from. That's what's going to take us to the next level. I really believe that with all of me.
I totally agree. Great fucking point. Dr. Holiday.
Yeah, dude. Perfect. And we need to stop talking like politicians, ultimately. because you were 100% correct. Some spaces I was in tonight, visceral. Whoa, that offended you. Holy shit, that is like, okay, I get that. We work back into things because some of us that have always had the same humor, and I gotta say, I believe that we've already made these gains as a society. Not maybe not as a society we're fucked, but as human beings and as cultural. We've already been there. We've already done this shit. We've already gone through it. We've been manipulated to the point where like we stared at our phones, all of us, not just one or the other side, and we've determined our pockets, bubbles, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and the empathy side of it's got lost in the weeds, not because of people aren't empathetic, but to your point, my friend, it's just I don't. It's not that I don't care about somebody's concerns in the world, right? But we've been able to compartmentalize what the fuck we actually are into necessarily, and then to that point, we go against each other over those points, which is nonsense. I'm
But
susceptible to it. I
what
jump.
point are you coming from? That is very vague. Like you're coming in
Right.
like with
No, I
this
absolutely it's
inside
supposed to
perspective.
be UFO. It's supposed to be because look, dude, I don't want to pick a point. The whole thing is like I just we and I get where you're coming from too. Like what I don't have a stance on something. No, not really. Not in this regard. Nope. Because if I say something, there'll be opposition.
But
If you go the other route,
no,
opposition.
that's the
If
point.
you like
But
this,
actually this is UFO Twitter week. This is the point in the space. There is a theme. Like that's the whole point. Is that
well, I can tell
what's
you
your
something that happened to me.
experience and what's
Okay, so
your
you're gonna love this. I
yeah.
got on Spaces the other night, and I watched the Danny Jones podcast months ago. I saw Chris Bledsoe, right? Believe the believe the man, right? Um, Synchronicity, for instance, randomness. I've seen shit. I've had like I won't get into what the things I saw, but I could tell you what I okay, go out on the back deck, see fucking three dots in a triangle. They got redshift. People have accused. They're like there were drones. I'm like no, relative to the Earth, I saw satellites. Nope, they're fucking out there. Well, they start moving in tandem, and then formed an upside down triangle. And then another one was doing the same shit. I'm like, God damn it! And dog, we're going inside. The next night, I get on the fucking spaces, and it's not as like routine as people maybe would think if you're doing well in this shit. It's just I got on here. I'm like Chris Bledsoe's on. There's only 100, so I got in it, and it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Um, said, and I got to talk to the man, and it spoke from the heart. And it was like, what the fuck, though? Like, because he had mentioned at the beginning of his interview, it's on. Damn it, I wish I could plug the guy's shit. It's on Spaces, but he had made mention of these people
Mala.
seeing these static. Yeah, Mello, my man. I love that guy, dude. By the way, who let me talk to him? By the way, straight up. And I was the last one to talk to him around like 1:30 in the morning and shit. I stayed up. I was fucking hurting at work, and let alone Chris. But it just to your synchronicity comment, Carl Jung, all these things. There's so much good shit to take off the tree, and the
No,
roots are fucking dirty as fuck right now. But I love these spaces, man, and I love talking to people like you.
oh
I'll
yeah.
leave it at that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it, man. That's honestly a good point. And honestly, like this, like here's my take. Like I don't even take every part like of a powerful experiencer's philosophy as the truth, but I believe that some of what they're seeing and their abilities to somehow be a conduit or experience that on a higher frequency, right, is real for like a
Yeah,
person like Chris Bledsoe. There's a couple of people on here that honestly are a little more, or not even a little more, a whole lot more low key that seem to be on that same spectrum. And
I feel like
I
he fell into a trap, UFO. Like, cause I
yeah,
feel bad for him because he's holding a burden. People are asking, like, is my cat,
I don't
my
think
grandmother,
I don't think so in a way though, because I
yeah,
have talked to him personally too, and he seems very genuine. Like,
he's into it. Yeah.
he's cried about stuff that he's had, not just UFO related experiences, but he's talked about like, oh, like this was insane. Like I had this interaction with this person because this person told me they felt that they needed me to interact with them, and he did. And it doesn't mean even that he
Mhm.
might have healed them, right? That's where it gets very crazy. But
Right, and that's what I meant about the
that
burden. People expect him to have answers.
exactly. Yeah, no, you're actually, that's a great point, man. You're so right. Yeah. And I don't think that's the case, but I think in certain cases, because of the what is meant to be, the synchronicity
He's the
aspect.
conduit,
Yeah,
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 you
yeah.
know?
It was meant to be. Yeah, it's a great point. Actually, I respect
And
that.
I think that, like, we've been shifted in a certain way that, like, it's okay. Like, we're taking the first steps in this shit, and him being on the front lines, and anybody that is, it's us saying that, like, there's those that wanna be quiet about this, be quiet about it. Like, some days I don't even wanna tell my fucking wife about this shit. I'm like, "I don't feel like talking about it," because I believe it. You know what I mean? Like, I believe. I don't need anybody's.
Yeah.
If they don't believe it, I don't give a
Well,
shit,
there's a
and that's a powerful
well,
thing.
there's a
That's a powerful thing,
yeah, there's a
you
separation
know?
between belief and experience. So I
Right, I'm trying to
understand
figure
that.
out what the fuck I'm looking at.
Well, a lot of it is your experience too. So
Your own
you have to
lens.
look at you have to look at what experience is that it's your understanding
Yeah,
of
and that's it,
reality.
man.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you have to have a full on like in your
Now,
face moment.
opinion, you don't have to
Yep.
have opinion.
Yep.
You don't have to have a decision, opinion, anything. Like, and I've been tripping my balls off for years, and it none of it hit me like seeing them fucking those 3 points in the sky move like they did. I was like, shit. Where I have gone on these
Yeah.
DMT trips, and I have been in these realms, and it's okay.
Well,
Like, it didn't give me the
but
answers I was looking
no,
for.
but you know what? There is something there within that. I'll tell you that.
Oh
You
yeah,
already
no, I
you already said it, and the fact that you know that it's three already tells you what you already know, but not the full scope of what you know. But
yeah,
that's
I
the
was
point
given
of
the
it, right?
fucking ignorance.
No, but no, but that's beautiful, man. Like people are listening. We need the irony in these statements and of these testimonies of experiencing the phenomenon is that if you don't say that with the level head or discernment the way you're saying, right? Ironically,
Mm.
people will take this the wrong way, and people need to understand, right, that there's a lot of folks that come into this
Well, it's
community.
a yin and yang, man, and I need somebody
Well,
like
no,
you to be there to dissect
yes,
it.
but
You know.
that's what I'm saying. Well, exactly. There's a lot of people that come in from I'm just going to be honest. A lot of people aren't going to like this opinion, probably. A lot of people come in from a Christian perspective on this topic, and I just want to highlight like all of
Mm.
these religious structures.
But we should
This
feel
is
bad for those folks to a certain regard
this
because,
is
like, they're limited.
but that's what I was going to say. It's such an old way of thinking. Like people don't think like they thought 2000
Yeah.
even 2000 years ago. We've built
Oh,
so much
yeah.
shit around our political and our spiritual structures that don't align with that, and I don't think we should.
Right, and you didn't say anything wrong about Christians necessarily. You were just saying
Right.
that the structure of it, because it's not the Christian religion. You didn't even say nothing bad, but it's the way you have to phrase it and the way that we are brought up and the way that we look at the world. You were fucked either way. You had to preface that by
Well, it's
saying,
the
"I
world.
hope this doesn't
It's
offend
the
anyone."
world. It's one example. Like every
And you
religion,
feel
yeah,
bad for them like I do because I was raised in that tradition. The truth is, Hindu, Buddhism, the
all of
Jesus is
them.
mentioned in a fucking
All of them, all of
and
them.
I okay.
There's a Messiah for every origin story, every
I just
religion,
like
every
what
cult,
not
whatever.
supposed to.
Yeah.
You have a brain that no other animal on this fucking. If you want to go Darwin, whatever. I heard guys destroy that on these spaces, and it's not because I don't think Darwin's smart. Some of his shit was fine, but they've manipulated his mind
It's
and
because
put it
it's
on
easy.
fucking.
Well, it's because it's easy. You have to
Yeah.
look at the fractalization. Oh, this is a lot more
Mhm.
comprehensible. So it's like, yeah.
Oh, absolutely, my man. Fractals are where it's fucking probably
All right,
at, to be honest
all
with you.
right,
Repeat.
doctor. Let's toss it around here.
Anyway, thank
Shit,
you, man.
it's
I
fucking
don't want to
late.
hold you long. Thank you.
Let me get some other peeps in here because I'm getting sleepy. But damn, you had some good points.
Later, man.
You can stay up, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Christian, let's go to you, and
I'll
then
hang out. I'll hang out, man. I'll
Christian,
hang
and
out.
then
I'm gonna go
Kyle.
smoke a
Christian,
cigarette.
Kyle, go ahead.
Yeah, just one point to that. that I want to say, and I think that, you know, there comes a point in our lives and in our journeys where, you know, it's time to take the training wheels off. Where, you know, it's fine to have teachers. You know, it's fine to learn many things, but there comes a point in an individual's life where you have to make up your own damn mind yourself. Take the wheel of your own life and make up your own mind for yourself. And that's a very powerful thing, you know, and if you don't have that permission within yourself, give yourself that permission to do that. It's okay. It's okay. You will be okay. Go within. You will be all right. I promise you. And that's all, Paul. That's all I wanted to say.
I love it. Just I love it. Like nobody needs access to anybody that they aspire to be. You should understand that consequence comes from any belief system, and sometimes as humans we have to understand that we're going to meet a certain roadblock where just no one's going to be aligned with us. We have to accept that, really. And Christian's right, and that's always what's been happening, and that will happen. Kyle, it's been a minute, man. Let's hear your Ninja
Yeah,
Turtle voice, bro. Let's go.
I was in the space with Mello there, like I usually am, and I actually came up and talked with him and with Chris, and yeah, he's a cool guy. He seemed like honestly a really real person, like us, like some of us that come into spaces, and I think that I feel like I've ran into him somewhere on spaces before. It was weird. I'm like, because he didn't have his like name as his profile, so I didn't
He's
when I first
familiar.
came in.
He's familiar. He's not though.
Yeah,
It's a new profile. He's familiar. That's the thing, right? That's what we're talking about, right, Kyle? Is the unexplainable relevancy of these connections, right?
and I like how he didn't have like a huge ego with anything. Like I wasn't sure what, because like how Mello was kind of explaining him in other spaces, right? I didn't meet the guy. I don't know him or anything like that, but I still haven't met him. Really, I just had a conversation with him, and it seemed like what I listened to him, what he had to say, and you know, it's interesting. I think we all have our own perspectives. Like I think that he's framing it from his perspective, and like someone like me, like I'll frame it from my perspective, and then like we might not understand each other's perspective, but I like that other people can look at things. Like I'm not one to go do drugs and try to have a spiritual experience, but I think that maybe I have to be more open to it. I think it's really interesting, the DMT stuff, right?
No, you don't, man. If you don't need it, you don't need it, bro.
Kyle, I just remote viewed you right now, and I teleported a big giant joint, and
I was saying the
it's
same
it's
thing,
gonna
Paul.
Do you have overnight delivery? I'll take 4 of those,
okay,
please.
Kyle's got the best laugh, man, in any space. I love Kyle.
it's it's gonna affect your mind right now. Okay, go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah, like I think you're right. I think that you don't need any of those anything externally. Honestly, I think
Yes.
the closest I've ever gotten to, I think, source would be in what you'd call like sleep. Honestly, like in a dream state, and I think that's the closest to the spiritual realm that we can physically get. Because I do believe that we leave our body, and it's just too real. And I've had so much experience in the spiritual realm, like my entire life, that I find that I can easily come back to my body and easily, like, I know I'm dreaming
Kyle,
now, and it
Kyle,
messes. Oh, go ahead.
can can I tell you why I think what may be a possible scary aspect of DMT? You probably already know where I'm going with this. Um,
The religious aspect.
well, the fact that you can recreate the
Fuck with dark
experience,
entities.
how you can map it out. So if you look at what DMT is, it is an actual component. It's probably not mapped out, but the fact that there has been they've actually narrowed down the chemical interaction between these elements that will initiate DMT that is indigenous, right, to our immune system or whatever, our fucking gut, right? So
Yeah.
I just don't understand some of like these like artificial like DMT like drugs now. Even they're even doing it through vapes and whatnot. I didn't mind with the
Well, they want to synthesize it and
that's
make it
yeah.
fake,
Well, that's
so
what
you
I'm
don't
trying to
get the
say.
real.
Okay, that perfect synthesization. Like that's what I'm trying to say. I did the crystals, right? That actually might have been
Hmm.
the toad, so I feel a little lucky there. But
Got it.
outside of that, though, like I know that there's other things happening, and this is what I'm trying to say is how do we incorporate the reality of knowing the manipulation of something that profound on the spiritual slash conscious fundamental level and not consider the fact that our reality is much more complicated, not just because of our own experiences, but because of the manipulation through these drugs by
You go
positive
back to your
propaganda, right?
synchronicity,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
It fell in my lap. The real shit fell in my lap. A guy who I just mentioned dimethyltryptamine, and I happened to be his boss at the time. He's like, "You know what that is?" I was like, "You know what that is?" He's like, and he honestly did shaman like work for a lot of people. And I just said a few things to him. He's like, "Ray, I have something for you.
But you know how many
Give
people,
me a
you know
vial."
how many dudes say that, like, or
Nobody
have
gave me
said
a
that.
vial, and I promise you, the trips I took on that shit, and then I did the synthetic sit to what you were talking to, like sold in the store, and it did not. You're not breaking the fourth wall with that
That's
bullshit.
what I'm saying.
I think
No,
you could
I get it.
break any kind of walls with actually just it's crazy, probably just simple being outside in nature, like
Yeah,
bare feet, and then also doing some
Oh
sun
yeah,
gazing, and then
yeah.
also just being able to get out of your own way, I guess you could say, like clear your
100%.
consciousness.
That
And
that's what, but Kyle, isn't that what I was saying? Is that they manipulate, like, however they synthesize some of these drugs can manipulate your perception of what you're saying, right? Like you're talking about the natural way. I am all for that actually. Kyle's like on point right there. Like that's what I believe the human experience should be.
Well, I don't think we're. I think with that specific compound, you're gonna know if you know what you're doing. Like you're gonna blast off. And I think the takeaway here is, guys, it's not. It's why I did it, not what it does to you. And what it does to you is it 100 fucking
No,
50% takes you
but it is
into.
what it does to you. That's actually subjective. That's where I have to push back,
Sure. Oh,
actually.
right. So I will never speak on my experiences while I was under the influence of the shit because,
Well,
I mean, I can talk about it, but
but
it's
what
not.
you're saying is where I'm coming from. But
Yeah.
I'm pulling a devil's advocate on myself
No, I
because
like it. I
I'm
like
on
it.
that team too. But I'm just saying it's like we have to consider this. Like if we're
And I
gonna,
have, and honestly, it's why I've found
yeah,
Chris Bledsoe and real experiences, and it's kind of taken me. I went through, and I can't say a phase. I've taken hallucinogens since I was a kid, but for better or worse, maybe it's why I'm able to talk like this, straight up. I don't know. I don't have answers to some of the things that maybe I have more than I think I do. I don't
you,
fucking
you
know. I
you
don't think
probably
on
do
it.
have more answers. I have a question for you. Like I've never done anything like this.
Hmm.
Did you have like any kind of a fear going into this, or like a fear
No, I sat there and did it.
during the
Well,
process,
yes,
like
yeah,
when you were high,
everybody does.
like because it's like kind of giving control over to something else, and that's my biggest problem. I'm such a
right.
control
And
freak.
no, I was aware of it, scared. Yeah, for the jump off, yes, but I I just kept pushing, man. I think that some of us have to just keep
It's
breaking.
bro. It's like riding like a really like scary roller coaster. Like you're gonna kind of have fun. Like you're anticipating it. You know that big drop's coming, and you're just like,
And then you
shit.
black out and you're in another realm.
Yeah, it's like shit. I
It's
know
the
this
most
is coming.
lucid.
Yeah, exactly. No, and you know what's so
And
funny? I'm going to incorporate it to, again, the topic of my space, because this isn't a substance, astral, travel, experimental space. This is about experiencing the phenomenon. So I'm going to tie it back in real quick. Is that I think it's still relevant regardless. There's a certain component that ties into what we're talking about, the manipulation of our reality that might not be
100%.
completely right pharmaceutically or chemically induced, but can create a digital replication or authentic replication of reality that can metaphysically manifest in and out, where it changes for everybody. And any experiencer really will tell you, they'll see patterns. This is why I was talking about this earlier with synchronicities. They'll see patterns at first, and then the further down the line they go with the phenomenon as they view it, it gets more complicated, it doesn't make sense. Then they start to lose track of the patterns, and that's what it is. We don't have control. We don't understand. And that's kind of the point of this space, is we don't understand. That's why I wanted people to come up and share their story.
Dude, it sucks that you have to apologize, but I get it because to me it's all the same, all the same. Whereas we live in a linear 3D dimension, and that's nothing wrong with that. And it's going to take a long time for people to get their heads wrapped around the fact that, like for instance, the worlds that I was jumping into, um, it wasn't so much the shit I saw. We mentioned fractals and all that shit earlier, and who hasn't heard that and seen that represented, even if you have never taken a hallucinogen? Yeah, that's part of it. That's like the
Yeah, there's 3
baseline,
seals placed on a person to build them. We're all 3
right?
overlaid on top of each
Yeah,
other. It's interesting. Have you ever seen those images where they
a
over
hundred
yeah,
Yeah.
percent.
fuck, it's wild.
I don't know, man. Like to me, I heard it was more the voices and them talking to me, like with the Bledsoe conversation, all the trauma that had come up, my man. And remember, we were talking. It was like I threw some shit out of left field because when I was born, they had to grab me and crush my skull, pull me out, and I had the flu too. Like I was supposed to die. Either I'm the Antichrist. I'm just playing. Seriously, that sounds fucked up, but seriously, I was supposed to die. Like my
Well,
grandfather came in. I was the only
this
kid.
is what we were talking about, though, Doctor. Is we were talking about the association to death, trauma. You can go back to the beginning of this recorded space. That's what we've been talking about.
Right. And my first DMT trip, I heard him. They were talking. He's like, he's not ready. Who? And they're like, he's in here. So I broke.
Oh my.
Uh, I don't know how I was able to. They're like, he could fucking hear us. Like they weren't cussing like me, but I'm like, holy shit. And then I didn't know I didn't break the fourth wall yet. That was probably like 3 levels down. And it was okay, man. Like all of it was okay, but I don't think that DMT is where we go when we die.
Oh,
Ultimately,
absolutely not.
like
No, 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 no.
from
You know what it is? I say this all the time. It's what movie do you want to see at the end of
right, they're like
this
watching a time
no
stream.
this lifetime? It's like watching a series.
Uh,
What movie, what series do
it,
you want
it,
to watch in the? And I'm sorry to say, like this is the first time I'm aware. I'm sorry, I'm not like a fucking uh like shaman over here, where I know all my past
no, no,
lives.
no. Nor am I,
No,
man.
no, no,
Like,
but
bring
no,
it, dude.
but
I don't
serious.
know
But
shit.
that's what I'm trying to say, is that I'm aware, and it's like, hey, like I'm gonna fucking try to rectify every little bullshit I'm fucking up on, because goddamn, I don't want to see a shitty movie once I move on to the next existence of whatever this fucking 3D realm is. Let me see a good fucking movie here. Shit, I'm aware of it
Yeah.
now. Let me.
No, and that's what's cool about what you're
Yeah,
saying, man. Is like I've come to that realization, but I had to go figure it out, and I had to go down many of those, taking however many
yeah.
fucking to see what
Experience,
my brain chemistry is
experience.
all about.
Doctor,
Yeah, and I mean, like kind of like a troubadour,
doctor,
kind of
real
like a
quick,
fucking explorer.
real quick though. I got a couple of new peeps up here. I'm gonna toss my bud Wolf. He's in the UK.
Oh, I'll step down.
No, no, you
Thank
don't
you,
have to
guys.
step down, but we got Wolf here. He's in the UK. It's early morning. I want to give him a chance to speak. I'm glad he made the time to come up. It's it's more understandable for people to join into a nice critical and phenomena type of conversation. So Wolf, how you doing, man? I hope you're doing good. It's been a minute. Wolf, wolf, wolf.
Maybe try
Whoa, where are
Tony there.
you?
Sorry, call me up.
Oh, there he is. There he is. All right, we got
Sorry,
him.
guys.
We
I
got
was
Yeah,
him.
there
actually
I am.
away, but I had a feeling. I could feel you. I was just stepped away for 30 seconds, and I could actually feel you
I
calling
think
me.
it's my turn.
Welcome. Good morning, guys. How are we all?
We're good, man. Thanks, Wolf. We're
My
chilling,
mic's
man. And
on.
I thought the
we
conversation was
hear
interesting. I thought
we
that.
hear you, Tony. Give it a second, brother. You might not be able to hear Wolf, so you might need to recycle if that's the case. But Wolf,
Okay,
thanks
go
for
for it,
joining
Wolf.
the
How are you guys? How you
yeah.
doing?
Yeah, Wolf, thanks for joining the panel, man. Let me pick your brain here real quick
Hmm.
because I know you're a little bit of a philosopher. Um, what's happening outside of the fact that the phenomenon is out of our reach, but also it is leaving uh, some breadcrumbs, and it always seems to be the closest or an inspiration of the next best thing that we can advance in terms of technological advancement. Why? Why is that happening? What do you think?
Necessity. You know, everything in the universe is based on necessity. It's the mother of invention, and so that's my reality. In fact, it's literally the reason why I stepped away, because I know you sort of your conversation was swinging between experiences and then
I
psychoactivity.
love it though.
And
No, go ahead, keep going.
you're there, yeah. And I just no, it was just a thought, and I stepped away because I wanted to get something that had been on my mind for a little while, and it was very relative. I have a phenomena with microdosing. I've done a good bit of microdosing since I was young, and but always microdosing. And about 2 months ago, I got inspired, and I wrote it down. And as you were talking, I went and got it. It's only very short. It's only 4 words. It's and this is the question. And it's as you say there. Why is it these things just seem out of reach, but then all of a sudden appear on the radars because of necessity? But microdosing is, in my opinion, is redemption in the soul, which I don't know how many of you agree to this, but arguably the soul, as we grow up, becomes somewhat embroiled in our karma, in our genetic karma, but also in our own life experiences. And of course, as we get older, we learn and get better. But redemption through the psychoactive experience is a very real thing. And so when we look at the future and we look at what we're going on right now, if we use redemption, and redemption can come very easily through through microdosing. So that's my wisdom.
Wow.
I just wanted to sort of lay that out. You know, if we were looking for something, it's necessity that seems to guide the true stuff. And
Yes.
Wolf, that's the ingredient that I was missing.
No.
Well said.
Hold on. I want to hear Wolf finish his point though here. Like I'm loving hearing this. Honestly, this is insightful. Wolf, continue, please. Go ahead.
no, that was it. That was it. It was simply that I was inspired there. We were talking about the psychedelic experience because psychedelia is a powerful tool, but it can nearly cause us many problems sometimes, and why I very much lay
Wolf,
my
does that lend some link to uh the spectrum of like autism or schizophrenia or paranoia? Does it kind of somewhere from what you understand? I know you know you're not a professional in every sense of that, but you know,
Why do I even
do
try?
you, in your opinion, do you think it kind of lends its hand to some of those attributes as
I
the
think it
human
can.
Goodbye.
condition?
I think it can remove them in small doses. You see, the mind is actually a complex of different voices. But the problem is we're told to be put together, you know, to work as one, to be one minded. And of course, we are one minded. But actually, when you do a little bit of work, you find that you go into yourself, there's a number of voices. And I know it's not very popular, this. And I'm probably one of the few people who talks like this. But once you actually ascertain what those voices are, you start to realize that we can use psychoactives to become the higher mind and to recognize the internal mind is like the complexes of a platform in a computer. But the computer's not the platform. It could be Windows, it could be Linux, it could be anything. So that's how I like to look at it. We're the computer, but we're looking on those platforms.
Holy shit, Wolf. You're killing it.
I fucking love Wolf. Yeah, no, seriously, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I agree. Like it's all some type of
Wolf,
displayed.
please speak.
What the fuck? Okay.
I have to ask him a question, UFO, because he fucking just said something that I was not prepared for. Please?
You're getting struck by the
I
genius
don't
of
ever
Wolf.
try to cut
Yeah.
off the host, bro. I just have to ask him a question, man. Like, he's the man that, like, I need to hang out with, not because, like, I want to have a beer with.
Yeah,
I need to get
Doctor,
deep.
this is I'm gonna have to just cut you there a little bit because this is a recorded space. It's UFO Twitter
Bring it,
week.
dude. Sorry, my friend. This comes with the good and the bad.
It's a
I'm
UFO
sorry. I'm sorry.
Twitter episode, so I would let you kind of casually intervene if it wasn't recorded, but sorry. It's yeah.
Oh, we're recording?
Yeah. It's curator,
That's
brother.
fucking
Sorry,
it's
sorry.
got for
It's
a bit
just,
wild.
it's constructive though. It's good, but it's kind of like I was, you weren't the first, brother. It's all good. These spaces are so fun. Let me just throw that here into the conversation. Is that's kind of the point? Is that we get passionate about these things. But
And it kind of comes with the territory.
yeah, it comes with the territory. Exactly. Let's go to Kyle. Kyle, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead, man. Jump in on this conversation.
Yeah, I love what he was saying. I noticed that as I started to catch like these energies around me when I was young, really young, and I was like, my brothers and sisters thought I was crazy, I think, and I was like, "Did you guys see that?" And then I just honestly I ignored it for like 10 years. I just didn't think anything of it, but I kept seeing it. I was like the corner of my eye. I'd see something like I'm talking flying fast, like and like they'll be right around me all the time. They'll be flying like whatever speed they want to. Like honestly, like you can't even catch it with the human eye. And I see it on when I'm now that I'm like my perceptions increased so much that it's so crazy to even talk about this, but I'm able to see it on the TV now when I'm just watching normal television shows and I'm seeing it everywhere. I'm seeing it on movies I've already seen. Like I watched back in the day that I didn't even notice it was there. And I'm like, whoa. And it's like I'm seeing it's flying through the TV screen
It's like
so
an
fast.
impression. Yeah.
Yes.
They're breaking the speed of light. Yeah, they're cutting through gravity and all that shit.
And
Like, so there
yeah,
is no,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead, Kyle.
It's
Go
like
ahead.
I was
hard.
Hold on.
I was
Let's
able
let Kyle
to
finish. Go.
capture some images a few years ago. We started holding spaces and talking about this. Me and this old guy did, and no one was really interested in it. But me and him, we noticed like there's actually patterns to this. There's real patterns, geometric patterns, like sacred geometry. And I'm
Oh
like, whoa,
yeah.
fuck, this is really cool. And then we started to actually see beings, like actual beings inside of the geometry. We started to like, sort of like the how you have an abstract painting, and you're looking at the abstract painting, and the artist has put something in there, but you kind of have to stand back to see it, like maybe squint your eyes a little bit.
I love this, dude. That's a great analogy, man.
Perfect. No, it is
Yeah,
perfect.
that's just like what I have to say. Like it's just so interesting, man. Like I, I'm addicted to this kind of stuff. Honestly, it
I love it,
keeps me up
Kyle.
at night.
No, I love it,
It's a
man.
bunch of us together, like that have never been able to just flow and like just see shit differently than a narrative being dumped on us from children, and it's and I'm not trying to debo this conversation, I promise you. Believe it or not, like the fucking phenomenon, whatever the hell you would call it, I get what you're saying, UFO, like for people listening and shit. It wouldn't make sense if you were coming into space and hearing us talk about like the DMT realm and stuff like that, uh but we could talk quantum physics and
No,
dimensions and all that.
it's all relevant. That's not what I was trying to say previously. I even send it, or I say it all the time. If you've ever been in my spaces, is that we're all experiencers. Our humanity is an experience. We're all a part of the phenomena, everything future,
Hmm.
past, and present is all relevant to the UFO phenomenon. But we want to we want to objectify that. We want to label what we understand because it's within our framework of our fundamentals.
Can I ask you a question to that then? This is the problem I see. We want to talk about our experiences, right? Like experiences are like I just use it, fuck the word. But like the point is, nobody will take it serious unless you put all of it into the same bucket, right?
Well,
So
well, here's the thing. You're right, but this is like I'm gonna say this for the hardcore experiencers like myself, right? Like in Christian, Parsi, and others. Like we've done that, man. Like even like this is I tried even telling Chris in that space the other day too. Whenever I
yeah,
spoke to him,
you're sincere.
I was like, where you like it's amazing. Like you're not the only one, is what I said. It's like I swear, man. Like
Right.
there's like hundreds of thousands of people who are having the same experience, and it's just fascinating
Or different.
or different. Yeah, but at the same time, the orb phenomena is a human.
It's um,
Whether it's a primordial like if you want to call it parasitic or a symbiotic relationship that we've
I
had.
don't want to call it any of that.
No,
I
you
just think
don't. No,
that we
but
don't have
that's
to.
what I'm trying to say is that that is a very common phenomenon that it seems very close to the human condition that
Yeah,
we can
man, and that's
understand.
why I like you, dude, because you say it just like you don't throw any extra spice into the fucking mix. And there's so many different avenues you can go down with what you just said there, my friend. Whether we could be bitter about manipulation. I don't. But the problem with that is that's the
Bro, but
psyop.
okay, let me tell you guys something real quick. I just okay, I'm gonna be so honest. If you go to my profile and you look at any little video I posted of an orb, somebody has literally told me, just look at the video while I'm telling you. That's a demon. And you look at that video, does that look like a demon? No, it looks like a
That's
fucking
what I'm
ball of
talking
light. It's a fucking ball of
So
light.
That's what I'm
that's
talking
what I
Is
about.
that a
thought too,
demon?
right?
No.
And
It's a
at
ball
first,
of
because
light. It's not a
it was just
It's
demon.
probably benevolent
I
too.
don't
He's
see
probably here to
I
help
don't
us. We're
see
fucking idiots.
I don't feel evil. I don't see a goblin face. I don't feel scared. It's just it's probably a plasmoid, a sentient being. Uh, it might not be my consciousness. It might be my ancestors. It might be maybe a frequency of consciousness I'm tapping into, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's just
Right, dude.
there.
And that's where it goes full circle back to the
That's right.
DMT thing. And I'm not sticking on that. I'm not talking on that. I'm just saying that taught me. And I think why I'm able to speak to both sides of this shit is because what I learned with that was no control. But I also felt love like I could never experience from the world that we live in right now.
Well, that you know what that's from, right? This is a predisposition. This comes from people who've had trauma too early in their life, and they get to understand things on a
Mhm.
more comprehensive level as an adult or maybe like a kid or something.
Yeah,
And it
well,
goes the
yeah,
opposite
PST,
ways.
man.
Is it, yeah, and it goes the opposite ways too, right? Where like people have had picture perfect like silver spoon lives,
but they got to be miserable too,
and then
man.
they well that too, but no, but here's the difference is that the trauma is substantiated in a different way. So when they experience the phenomenon based off of like these a sub like these subconscious religious views that they don't understand that are built into their neurology,
Yeah, because
they end up freaking out because it's like, oh shit, I didn't realize I was holding on to this because my life was really good and I didn't really
I
ever
wish
have
I
any
didn't
real
have that.
trauma. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
no,
like if you were born with a silver
but that's a
spoon.
reality. No, but I'm just trying to highlight that that's something we should consider too. Like I'm
100%.
not trying to talk mad shit about that, but that we have to
No,
understand that's an
I feel
aspect.
bad.
Yeah.
I bad. Because, like, dude, if you're born into the world and you have no, and you can go through
You
it,
know who
and I'm
should feel
41.
bad? You know who should feel bad, Doctor? The fucking government, because everybody's experiencing this phenomenon. So fuck them.
But we can use the word the government. That's
No, 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 no,
it's
no.
always
We're not going to talk about
So
agencies.
I was five. Hey,
I'm
Matt.
gonna be,
I
I'm
was
gonna
five
be,
years
I
old
got
when the first time I ever seen
I'm
a.
gonna, hold on. I'm gonna be super ghetto about this. I'm talking about just big corp. Yeah, any agencies. Yeah, just anybody. It's like I don't have to name all like like high level authorities to kind of substantiate the fact that this has been polarized. It's been there's a lot of propaganda behind it. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry, Kyle. I know you jumped in there.
Also, I was 5 years old the first time I seen.
It's the double mute, bro. I didn't mute you there. The space does that. Pop your
Yes.
mic back open.
So I was 5 years old the first time I ever seen a ghost, and it gave me PSD for life. After that experience, I was never the same. I didn't talk for a long fucking time. I had a hard time even getting words out, like just speaking. Like it that was the main thing that happened when I first ran into the ghost, is I couldn't talk. I froze. And that's what scared me the most is it was as surprised as I was. It was like staring at a wild animal. And that fucked me up fucking for fucking years because I always thought he was coming back. And that's what I was always like.
Kyle, do you ever consider the fact that these things have maybe even an either intentional or unintentional aspect of time dilation that they can control based off of either their emotions too? And why that is so fucking scary, right? As a human, not knowing that that's a possibility from a higher dimensional being, but it doesn't mean that they're smarter than us, right? It just means that they live
It's
in a higher
it's
frequency or
it's
understanding.
instinct, right? If you look at
Yeah, it's
animals
instinct.
in
Exactly.
nature, so I froze as a protection mechanism. But then after I realized like I had to make a move, like
Yes.
it was a spiritual war at that point, and I was young to be like thrown into the dark arts, right? And at that point, I had to learn to at right then I learned circulation of energy at that point at 5, and I was
Love
able
it.
to break free and run away. And but
Bro,
I couldn't even
you
talk about
literally
the
pulled a
experience, right?
you literally pulled on a full-on Frodo right there. Hell yeah. So it literally makes me think of like the literally like the it sounds so corny. I don't care. I love making examples of Lord of the Rings. The power of the ring, right? The dark ring and like this it's not also
Well,
deception, but
it's not the dark ring
yeah,
though.
it's a creation
Uh
within
the
your
rings
own perception,
the
right?
protection, right, is like your aura is a circle, right? And
Yes.
the demons go in angles. That's what
Exactly.
Thoth talked about, right? And you have to go in circles. That's how they got out of time, is they sit beyond time, right? Beyond in a different circumference. It would make sense that, like, yeah, sitting in a black hole, you would just watch time unravel. You could just go
Dude,
and
I
do
swear,
whatever.
fucking Lord of the Rings is disclosure. I'm gonna end, just gonna land it there. I think it's relevant. Wolf, please jump in, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, deadly. The one thing I was thinking there as you're speaking is because that feeling of fear. I've had that a couple of times. It's kind of a vibration, isn't it? You sort of shudder in the body. But in inverse, when you do things, certain practices, and you bring your breath down, you notice that it's in that same oscillation that we then can sometimes feel an ability to be able to transcend time or it's not just about time, but about transcending things. Finding that better balance within the self is that astral a sort of ingredient needed. You need that balance to get that astral to be able to perform. And so I just noticed that vibration is in both of them, whether it's fear or whether it's in that coming into yourself. You have this like sort of oscillation, and I think it's an important factor in practice that we recognise that. And funny enough, it's the same with taking a psychoactive. At the beginning, you get this little shudder, this sort of fear, and it's like this little intensity. And I think there's a little nexus.
Yeah, it's like chasing death.
A little bit like chasing death, but you can do so. That's interesting. You should say that, because it can be done in the inverse when done actively. And I think this is what I've noticed about occult practices. Those who do it and sort of throw themselves into it and throw themselves into the void. But when you get a little wiser, maybe you take time to breathe into it and take less and go into it slowly, and then it becomes a nexus and a vehicle in a positive sense, rather than sort of a casting the self in. So that's two
You're
paths,
right.
isn't it?
Having a bad trip is also a trip, but you just got to go with it and figure it out.
All right, let me.
Heroics as well along the way, but it was. I have to say now, I started very, very young, at about 6 very, very small mushrooms in the autumn only. This is how it's taught in Druidry. You only take them, and I was alone, and so there wasn't the community base, and that again is a different level of medicine. Walking medicine is alone. I noticed that as well. A lot of people I would have involved themselves over the years, not one of them could spend any time alone. And I thought that was an interesting phenomenon. So I think there's something in that movement with microdosing and being alone. I think there's something in that.
Yeah.
Well, it's like seeing something, experiences. It's all subjective to the individual anyway, right? But for whatever reason, that's why I don't take offense to anybody that can't take hallucinogenics. It's also a weird path to go down anyway. Seen a lot of combat and shit in my life. I don't necessarily want to talk about that bullshit, but because that was manipulation too, But I had no control. So that's what they help you those things, and seeing orbs.
This is why. Well, this is why like these therapeutic practices should be more implemented, because there have been great studies behind that. But outside of that, like it does come from a subjective standpoint, regardless. And before I do shut this awesome experiencer space down, I want to get my uncle La Sue here up on the mic, and I want to see how you're doing tonight. How's it going?
Hi, my new nephew. Good to see you. How you doing, Paul? Christian, Wolfie, Ursula, everybody. Hi, good to see you all. I am good. I am alive, so every day above ground is a good day. I'm not too sure what part of the convo I came in on. But I'll just say there are some medicines, if you will, from the earth that are meant for a specific purpose. And you can do more harm to yourself than any good by not staying in that understanding, if you will.
Lost. Would you say moderation is key? Or balance?
I think you're talking to the realm.
There are quite a few different medicines that come from this earth that are meant only specifically for healing and helping someone. And that's after all other options have been failed, if you will. And there's a reason why. Yeah, there's a reason why it's done with ceremonial purposes and it's used for doctoring and helping. There's a reason why.
How much intent comes behind the medicine that influences it? Do you think that that's an actual attribute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
If your intent is just to abuse it and get high, that spirit of that medicine will know exactly what the fuck you're doing. and it'll fuck with you.
Is that hold on? Is that identifiable though to certain clans or certain people? Not just clans, right? But people. Do you think as an intuition? Do you think that's identifiable in terms of
Yeah.
the
A type of
abuse?
archetype, right? That's what Carl Jung
Yeah,
was saying.
well,
Right.
see, it's the
Hold
same
on.
thing. So, like, some of Ursula's people, right, use peyote, but that's been handing down from generations upon generations upon generations, and it's been taught and trained in a specific way. There are other different nationality or different tribes who have been taught these things in a specific way from generation to generation upon generation. And that's the key thing that you have to remember, right? Is that these medicines are not here for drug addiction use in that sense, right? They're here to help someone to heal when all avenues have failed. And that's the only avenue available, right?
Well said.
No,
my people don't use hallucinogenic medicines. We have never traditionally used that. We have learned how to be able to achieve the things we need to without any of that outside help in that aspect. Whereas different nations, and it doesn't mean one's better than, one's greater than, one's less than. It's just the difference between the different nations of indigenous nations and the teachings that come from what's in the
Lost. I think that's
That's it.
honestly
That's all it
very.
is.
I think
And I think
that's honest.
it's
Oh shit!
it's
You can't
important to
hear me.
remember that. So
Shit.
Can I just hop in there just a split sec? It's the same in Druidry. Funnily enough, it's the same in Druidry. I just happen to be up
Hi.
to. Hi, Lost.
I can hear you, Paul. I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I say it's the same.
My bad. Go ahead.
We have the same. Each lodge is very different, and there's only 2 lodges I know that would use anything like psychoactives, and that would be the one I was attached to, and then one in the north of England. But none of the others. Same in Freemasonry. There's certain.
Well, I've done both.
Yeah.
I've astral projected without mushrooms or hallucinogens, DMT. I did it in Afghanistan. I was isolated and I had to learn how to meditate on my own. This is before I even tasted DMT. And I definitely fucking saw another parallel version of myself, electrocuted my whole body up and down, did the whole, and I think that was a synchronicity. What is that? It's the, no, it's the your 2 hemispheres of your brain. I did the whole meditation and I did it again because I didn't believe it.
Yeah.
So you can, so
Hemispherical
it's
sync.
not,
Yeah.
I'm all in. And that was more, to me, that was more religious than any DMT experience I could have ever had, by the way.
We should have a conversation, actually, Doctor, in another space, because I kind of go through a load of stuff like this about all sorts of things about the brain. And in fact, the more I get into this, the more I think you'd like this conversation, because it's like I've learned something yesterday, hydrocephalus, a phenomena that's absolutely mind blowing, all about the human brain and how we all suffer it, actually. So come join me in a space one of the days, Doctor. I'll see you.
Absolutely, my friends.
Thanks,
And
Paul.
I
Just
love
thought
all of
I'd
you.
gather that conversation.
We're not one dimensional. That's what I'm saying. I can
Hold
hit
on,
this from many.
doctor. Hold on, doctor. Remember, I'm still running the space here. I know we're getting
Sorry, dude.
deep.
I have been drinking too. I do like alcohol. Sorry, man.
It's all good. Control yourself a tad bit here. But so Wolf, you make a great point, right? So like this whole like taking a step back and how we're perceiving this, right? I think that's the crucial aspect of subjectiveness, right? In terms of the phenomenon, right? That's what you're saying. Is it not?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think that this is the most important part. That it isn't any aspect of this world that you want to develop into has to be based on necessity, and so it has to be close. And so things like I'll tell you a little story. I never tell people many stories, but I'll tell you a tiny little.
For me, like, okay, for me, I went to peyote. I went to peyote ceremony 3 times in my lifetime. When my late uncle / teacher walked up to me one day at ceremony and told me, you know, you need to build that connection with the spirit, with inside of yourself without any extra help. Outside of yourself. And I thought and pondered on it for a while. And I understand exactly what my uncle was saying. Was that the connection that you make with inside of yourself to spirit in all of these different aspects and things that we're talking about are more solid and steadfast in that sense.
Yeah.
Than if you just the only time you can do it is if you were getting high off of hallucinogenic.
Right.
Because you're not building the framework within inside of not only your mental, your emotional, your physical, and your spiritual in order to be able to do that. You're having something else do it.
We
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna let the two last, or whoever wants to toss up their hand, go. It is 2 a.m. in the morning over here for me. So this was a great UFO Twitter week space. Very interesting. You know, the philosophy that we kind of come to terms with always at the end of these conversations. I think that is what these conversations should be about, right? Is the speculation. I haven't heard anybody talking matter of fact here. Even Lost, right? Like Lost comes from an ancient, like a very heritage based knowledge, right? And that's what's important, right? It's just we're speaking our own truth, and that's the whole point of being interested in this topic and why we joined this app, right? So I do want to let whoever wants to toss up a hand before I close it down here, because again, not sure if everybody else has 3 kids that like to tackle them at 7 a.m. in the morning. So it's about 5 hours from
Yeah, I'm noticing
5
kids
hours.
have been having problems with their spaces today.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to go up here, lastly, we got Wolf with the hand. Thanks, Wolf, for respecting the hand. If you want to close out with any ending thoughts.
Yeah, I'd love to land my plane because it's very. I feel it's just there. It's right in the top of my tongue as well. It's the idea that the physical and the mental are connected, and I think that if we recognise that nexus, that when we use practice and ceremony, whether it's with a stimulant or not, and that was a little story I wanted to tell, was we used to do something called skipping. You know, skipping, your kids skip around the yard. Well, this is a different version of it. You get big heavy coats on, big trench coats and big boots, ankle boots, and you skip up and down the mountains. Now, we were fairly big at the time. We'd be 14, 15, 16, going up towards 18, and a team of us at night, and we'd only take one small psilocybin mushroom, and we would maybe run 5 or 10 miles in a row. And we would literally be, because it was up and down the dales, we would be semi-performing feats that you wouldn't think you could do. We don't know how we did it, and we did it for years, and we were opening a portal into the physical, but through the mental. And it was a very, very powerful motion, and it was a kids thing, but it's what druids did. It's what we did. And so as we ran, you would be jumping like distances that you can't even. Now maybe some of it was illusionary, But I believe you me, we used to go back and make sure it wasn't. Anyway, the point of the thing is that that's how we were exercising this energetic in our body, getting the blood going in our bodies, and getting our minds flushed up with oxygen and making us pumped up, and it really helped. Then wherever we went to, then we used to perform these sort of small plays. We'd make them up as we went along. It was sort of mythology, based on mythology, but we used to make them up. And that's how we did it. So that's how we opened the portal, was with this energetic expression, but just with this very small psychoactive, very, very light. You'd barely know it was perceptible, but it really opened the door. But also the oxygen rushing around the body. And I think that practice was very good. That's just something else I thought was a good little thing to land me boat on this evening.
Guys, I got to close up the night. I'm sorry. My kid's awake. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, man.